Right. Wow. Okay. We can wait a little bit, right? I click. Okay, good. It doesn't just quit the game if I click exit to go back to the title screen. So now I can waste my time finding image to attach to my stream announcement instead of wasting my time whatever else. Drinking my coffee for the first time in like 2 weeks. I think I had like 2 weeks straight of drinking Monster instead of coffee. I've used this image of Shinobu as a stream announcement before. I probably have, but I'll do it again. And I'll do it again. What else do I gotta do? Gotta pop out the second chat. Howdy, Anthony. I kill a different Saya for Saya. I don't know. Well, what do we mean by different Saya? Like, it looks just like her and is just, you know, her, but like a clone? I guess if my Saya wanted me to. YouTube chat is very silly. Before I clicked from top chat over to live chat, it refused to, it like just didn't show the message. I guess because YouTube chat like treats kill like it's a big deal. Oh god, the chat message said the word kill. That's so scary. We can't have that show up in our top chat. What the hell? YouTube's wild, man. Wild platform. But it does serve its purpose. That it has better discoverability than Twitch does. For streams. You can't stram you can't flim flam the strim man. That's it. Oh, I was about to post that. Okay, good. I can't believe you. Why did you post that? You shouldn't have posted that. It's too late to delete it now. Now we just have to sit here and live with it. Okay. Finishing Saya no Uta. Classic Doom. That seems like a good plan for the night. Then at every. Okay. I think I recognize this picture. That's where we were at. Load. Yes. Why do they have 30 save files like this isn't an 8-hour game? Like, imagine... And then one that only has, 3 choices, right? Like... Like, you're gonna need 30 plus save files. The challenge is to use all of them. Howdy, Techno. Think we're good to start? Think? What if somebody misses the story? Well, yeah, I think we're like right at the halfway point where I stopped. Was right after the first choice, and I will not get the bad end. I don't need it. I think I recognize this picture. After we finish our labors and get into bed, Saya's going through labor. I show Saya what I found in Ogai's house.
この一枚見覚えがあるよ。うん、確かにサヤの知ってる場所。
He's definitely been there. I keep thinking about what the path of the cultured man is beset on all sides by the media illiteracy of tourists and the bad takes of I fucking like earlier today saw a clip of the Trash Taste podcast talking about Saya no Uta. You know, it's pretty much exactly what I would have expected from them, which is, you know, not the worst. But man, oh man. They say about it? I mean, they didn't hate it. They all liked it, but just like they said some very silly service level things that like visual novels are too slow. Why am I playing this game when it could just be a book? Like, if there are no choices and it's just words, why isn't it a book? Like, bruh. Bruh. Coffee consumed. They cater to normies and zoomers. It's true. It is true. But careful with that zoomer word. I too am a zoomer. You know, luckily I've been an illegal adult for like 8 years now. I'm sure the youngest zoomers are still like 16, right? I think like 15 is the oldest Gen Alpha or something like that right now, right? The soundtrack, dude, is so fucking good. Schizophrenia's alone clears so much. I too am a zoomer, but I'm also on the older end. Yeah. What I've been saying for a while is... Okay. I've been saying come on cat for a while too. But no, I've been saying for a while, like, we need better, like, more, we need shorter, like, age demarcation ranges, generation ranges at this point. Because, like, I have, like, almost nothing in common with a current 16-year-old, right? Like, even if we're both Zoomers, I probably have almost nothing in common with a current 20-year-old. They probably, you know, grew up playing Fortnite and fucking and Roblox before it. Maybe I'm being unduly mean. There are some 21-year-old out there that have exclusively played retro games that I've interacted with. They seem alright. It's not just an age thing, but... The photograph that Saya has selected is the one with a Tochigi Prefecture address on the back.
これは家だよね。それと木と山。
Trees and mountains. He's not certain because of his meat vision, right? That's the point of that. Technology is why the newer generations are so different, even if it's only like 5 to 8. Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, I didn't grow up with like a smart device in my hand. I wasn't given like an iPhone to play games on as a child, right? I certainly wasn't using social media until I was in like middle school, really, and even then social media in general is very different now than it used to be. Because shit like Facebook was exclusively like you interact with the people at your school pretty much. But now the way Facebook isn't used by young people anymore, which is good, but I think they use worse. I think what they use is worse, right? When like modern 13-year-olds are on Twitter getting in arguments with strangers over shit they don't understand. That seems worse to me.
そう。文則すごいね。写真も見られるようになった？
I'm gonna get sideballed and go off on a rant instead of like actually engaging with the story I'm going through here. Just thinking about, you know, what shit, like, we've acknowledged that social media almost exclusively has like negative effects on people, especially children, and yet we just don't care. It's fine, whatever. It's inevitable. So just let it happen, I guess. Whatever, man. Who cares if, you know, a huge amount of young girls develop eating disorders, or young boys end up in, like, the fucking manosphere or some shit because of unchecked social media access and their parents not doing good jobs. Like, fuck it. Whatever.
まあね。
You can see pictures now? A little. At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The houses in front of me, the mountains far behind them, the clouds high above, only distance and scale told me what they were. Dude, I would be fucked. My depth perception is, like, not bad, but I definitely struggle with it. Especially in, like, pictures. Pictures or video games, depth perception's, like, not easy. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know that what the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. That meat tendril is either bacon or sausage. Yeah. Each of the 3 pictures shows a similar scene, a lone house in the middle of a thick
パ
forest.
パはね、 別荘だって言ってた。ここにいれば誰にも見つからないって。
Find us.
うん。
Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why 3? Dude must have been making a lot of money to have not just one, like, mountain home, but 3 in separate areas. I guess he was a doctor, but I didn't think doctors were as well paid in Japan as they are in, like, the US. I guess he was a university doctor? Does that make it better? This man was mad stacked, yeah. Who knows, maybe his occultic, maybe his occultic, rituals were somehow making a secondary source of income for him. The dates are pretty old, and it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties, looking for... Okay, he didn't buy all 3. I guess. They accounted for that. Redact the last, like, 3 minutes of speculation. I recognizes only one of the houses, so that must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the location on a road map of the Kanto area. Certified 2003 moment. I found that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by car.
お父さんがここにいる可能性は
Think your
電
father
話
will
し
be
てみた
there?
けど出なかったよ。多分いないと思う。
Look at hell. Just thinking of him getting a call on his phone and her, you know, distorted voice coming through. Him happily answering to the distorted voice. Driving in Japan. I like driving. In the US too, I like driving, but driving in Japan, you got those Tokyo Drift moments. You got those fucking high-ass mountain roads with all the curves where you initial D on it.
でも最近に立ち寄ったことはあるかもしれないよね。
You might have stopped by recently. The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not zero.
明日にでも行ってみようかな。
They had
ここ
sex. I think I'll check this place out tomorrow. Eh? House, I wasn't expecting her to
で
object.
もここ遠いんでしょ？
I can't tell if he's just got like chiseled pecs. I was gonna say abs. Chiseled pecs, or if this is like a perspective thing. Surely he's not, because he's like emaciated from only eating like only cannibalizing for however long, right? Only eating human meat for the past week or something. Hitting the gym, and by gym I mean human meat. Yeah, clearly the secret to unlocking your inner gains is human flesh. But yeah, like maybe it's just like a perspective thing. This is like his shoulder poking through. Or the edge of it. I don't think so though.
行って調べて帰
I
って
don't
きて
think
も
so.
まあ
Realistically, I can't tell
Jubaza.
because this is a zoomed in version of a larger CG where, you know, you can see some other stuff happening. Thank you, Safe for Work Steam version that's not actually safe for work. Only take about half a day to get there, check it out, and
そ
come
の
back.
間、さやはお留守番なの？
Fuminori fan art where he has an 8-pack and ridiculous bicep. That's a fucking... That's gotta exist. That's gotta exist, bro. No Uta. And then... There are 900 pictures of Saya out of 932 pictures from Saya no Uta. You know, makes sense. She is the titular character after all. Clearly, I'm gonna have to replay this game next October to have an excuse to post more pictures of Saya in my Discord server. Sakisaka Fuminori. You know, a lot of the art does show him pretty fucking ripped, dude. Actually, like, what the hell? Maybe it's just that let's view it as good faith. How does a Mike Honey? Howdy, Kokaro. Good to see ya. Let's give it like good faith interpretations. It's clearly just because he has no body fat after not eating well that he looks so ripped, right? Surely, you know, this emaciated cannibal of a man. No, he's got like a full-on 8-pack. He actually does. Read the American comic. I did hear about that, but the art style looked not great from my my cursory glances. So certainly wasn't Moe, that's for sure. I have to stay at home by myself while you're gone? So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated. I smile and rub Saya's head. Nade nade nade.
少しは我慢してくれよ。な？さやだってお父さんのこと見つけたいんだろ？
I was thinking a while back, it'd be kind of funny to get one of those like VTuber channel point redeems where like you do the redeem and then it summons like a gif of a hand over your head to head pat you, but it wouldn't really work very well with, you know, me adjusting my camera regularly. This isn't Grandia 2? What the hell? I thought this was a McDonald's! I'll just put it off until I buy a new PC in like 3 years and say fuck it and become a VTuber anyway. Because that's the way the world is going. That's the way the world is trending so far. Society moment. Totally not comic art. Looks like oil paint. Interesting. People don't care about flesh people anymore. They only want to see anime girls and guys that look like anime girls. After a brief silence during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me and says,
ねえ、ふみのり。パパのことはもういいよ。
Oh, iyo.
あ？
Let's forget about Dad. That's the last thing I expected her to
い
say.
いって、でも君のお父さんだろ？心配じゃないのか？
Not concerning behavior? Not at all. What is codependency?
いいの。
Not
私には
anymore.
もうふみのりがいるし。
Coming closer to feel my warmth. I have you now. I no longer need a father figure. I can call you Daddy instead. Can you imagine if Fuminori actually met her dad and was just like, your daughter calls me Daddy too? He does still only see meat, yeah.
パパって言っても本当の意味でのお父さんっていうわけじゃないの。さやのことを教育してくれたし、ある意味では愛してくれてたのかもしれないけど、でもふみのりの方が優しくて。
Call him Dad, but he's not really my father. He taught me a lot and probably loved me in his own way, but you're kinder and warmer. Saya's words make me happy, but I also hear the loneliness in them. Is she naked? Yes, yes she is.
本当に
Yes
僕だけでもい
she
いのか？
is. Are you really alright with that?
うん。ふみのりは嫌。
You don't like it
さや
being
と
just the
二
two
人っ
of
きり
us?
じゃ。
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Would I become an anime girl or an anime boy that looked like a girl? Obviously, no one becomes an anime boy. I would probably just become an anime girl, and speak as I normally do anyway. I've seen a couple streamers that do that, and it's pretty, you know, it works for them. It could work for me. The issue is having RAM, right? Like, having RAM and resources. That's why I'm saying, like, you know, in like 3 years or something, whenever I buy a new computer, I'll just buy a shitload of RAM. A shitload of RAM, good specs, and I think I even have a couple of VTuber models already downloaded. For a while, I toyed around with the idea of being like a Kermit the Frog. Using a Kermit the Frog model. I know one exists, but I couldn't really get it working. And now I've changed my profile picture on Twitch away from Kermit anyway, so...
Yeah.
There is something, maybe it's just the way art depicts it. The animalistic nature of cannibalism. That being, clothless, being naked kind of just fits that aesthetic, right? Or maybe it's, rather than the animalistic nature of it, it's founded in, what? Stereotypes about, godless savages. They're so uncivilized, they even eat human meat. About, you know, random small societies of, indigenous peoples or whatnot. But howdy, King, good to see ya. Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I can...
さやのことをもっとよく知りたいから、僕以外にさやのことを知ってる人がいるなら、ぜひ会ってみたい。
I want to get to know you better. If there's someone who knows more about you than I do, I have to meet them. How is Mike Honey feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. My leg's a bit sore, but, you know, that's how it be. I got an email back from the, from my government, being like, you filled out this thing wrong in your application for your job. Please, fix it immediately. Also note, any intentional omissions could result in you being disqualified from the position. It's like, I get it. I'm not fucking, like, I'm not trying to hide anything. They know I'm not trying to hide something. I did an application, like, last year for the same thing, and, and I didn't make that mistake last year. So, like, Christ. Yeah, I'm not trying to omit anything. You don't have to threaten me with removing me from the application process. It's annoying, man. It's just fucking annoying. Government, like... it's gotta be a government job. For, you know, like, good reasons. Like... You just get a lot of benefits from working a government job, and that's what I want, right? If I'm gonna have a career, then I want it to actually have benefits. But fucking, like, they're so fucking asinine about it, bro. Constantly, like, if you either do things on our schedule, or, like, you eat shit. It's fucking annoying as hell. RSVP within 48 hours, or you will be disqualified. Like, Christ, man. You have to check your government job's website every day, or else you will be disqualified. Like, fucking hell, dude.
そうなんだ。
But yeah, my mistake was literally like they asked, in the last year's application, they said like, note any drug use excluding marijuana. And then this year, they changed just that section of the application. Like almost everything else is the exact same. And they said like, note any drug use, cocaine, methamphetamine, blah de da de da, bath salts, and then like 7 entries in, comma, marijuana. And I just went through the application like, you know, because I had already copying what I had done the year prior and didn't mention fucking marijuana because like I just assumed it was the same as it was last year, bro. Like a very silly mistake. But as something they know is a mistake, but they're still just like, if you intentionally omit things, we're gonna kick you from the filing process. Like, Christ. Is your favorite VN of all time? I would say the same, but I haven't played that many VNs. Also good to see you, Luna. Saya is peak, and I would do anything for Saya. Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically as though my thoughts are strange to her.
それに、やっぱり明日、こ
I
の場所
also
に行っ
want
てみよう。
to... Yeah, I'm gonna check it out tomorrow. Want to... ... Ryoko could ruin my life and I thank her. I think it's still set for December, the Saya Fumo to arrive. I'm gonna refer to the characters as their American counterparts now. Yo. America! Fuck yeah! Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. Yeah, this is not a blind read. Like, one and a half? Some time ago. Anywhere between 18 and 24 months ago, I watched, Jelly Hoshiumi play through this. Read through this. Yeah. But this is my first time, like, actually going through it myself, but yeah. Ogai, for some reason, is called Ojai. Charles Ojai. Ojai Simpson. Amelie Dory did an analysis of this game. I think I've seen it. I think I've seen stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff. Commentary. Saya no Uta. Just type that in. The first thing that shows up is a video from a Deltarune fan theory / The Backrooms YouTube channel that has the most fucking tourist slop bullshit if you just type Saya no Uta into the YouTube search. But other than that one, most of the like video essays on Saya are pretty good. Gen Urobuchi is a legend, that's for sure. The Uro Butcher. One of these days I'll finish watching his puppet show. What was it? Thunderbolt Fantasy? Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I can find another use for his mountain retreat.
寂しいかもしれないけど、ちょっと我慢して待っててくれ。
I know you'll be lonely, but try to bear with it for a while. A little while. Okay, she nods, then looks questioningly into my eyes.
やっぱり文則にはさ、家族とか友達とかもっともっと大勢いた方がいいのかな。
You really want a family and friends, don't you? More people you can spend time with?
そりゃ、その方が楽しいだろうね。
Well, that would be more fun. Use perspective in an extremely powerful way? Yeah, I agree. I definitely like the themes of moral relativism, right? That some people do not seem to be able to engage with at all. Hearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly add.
でも勘違いしないでくれよ。たとえそういう人たちに囲まれて暮らしてたとしても、さやだけは僕にとって特別な一人なんだからね。
You'll always be special to me. Because of the meat vision. Yes, 100%. The meat vision, the music, it all adds a lot for sure.
ありがとう。
Saya, my beloved. Saya did nothing wrong. Giggling, Saya rubs her cheek against mine.
さやもふみのりが喜びそうなこと、ふみのりのためだけに
Seeing
頑張
and
るから
hearing
ね。
it. Yeah, yeah. The distorted voices as well. Find something to make you happy. Something just for you. Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning. On his way to meet Yo for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Being finished with your college classes by noon? God damn. Although I guess it just says for lunch, not by noon necessarily. You could be having a late lunch. Makes you understand what Fuminori is going through? Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely helped to understand, like if you didn't see it as much, if it wasn't as oppressive of a, like, this fucking phone dialing is gonna drive me crazy if I keep trying to talk about something else. Reaches for his belt for his new camera phone. But curses 2003, everyone. When he realized that the ringtone is coming from his old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know the new number. Rose just got 2 cell plans right now? When he finally fishes the phone from his bag, the name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Ogai house. Hi, okay, I could talk about something else without that ringing in my fucking ear. Yeah, without, like, the incredibly oppressive music and atmosphere and everything prior to the second day in game, where Fuminori just kind of goes apeshit on Yo and is just insanely mean to her. Cruel and unusual in his dismissal and degradation of her. You would just, you wouldn't empathize with him. And a lot of people don't empathize with him at all. Even they finish the whole story and they're still just like, oh, I hate the protagonist. Like, okay, that's fine. He definitely does some bad things. And, he's not a paragon of virtue or moral character, but he's very human. I would say he's very human. The design is very human and easy to use. Right, I opened a new tab to check. I have seen the Amelie Dori Sayano Uta video. So the red bar on it is full, meaning I watched the entirety of it. I think she had a pretty interesting perspective to add to it, I would say. Had some neat things to note. But I would not do them justice in trying to remember them off the top of my head. Done with class for today,
Ah.
right? Yeah. Of course Fuminori would know that Koji is free on Thursday
相談があ
afternoon.
る。駐車場に来てくれないか。
今すぐにか。
Need to talk to you about something? Can you come to the parking lot?
待ってる。
I'll be waiting. Hangs up without another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. This sudden change is disturbing. After a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo, maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong.
待たせたか。
Keep you waiting? Yeah. In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. The last time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face. In the light. Perhaps that is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed. Nitro Plus CEO Digitaro once expressed an interest in adapting Sayonara into a Hollywood movie. Bruh. That would not work. An anime? Like, sure. I think they missed their window on that, but they definitely could have made an OVA out of it. Like a... Or I guess a movie would have been better. They definitely could have made a movie. An anime movie. But Hollywood? That's rough. Something has changed.
前にも
Look
話し
at
たと
this
思う。
dude.
僕は今、オーガイっていう人についていろいろと調べなきゃならない。
I'm looking for information. I think I told you before I'm looking for information on a man named Ogai. Does this not look like a face that you could trust? They made a crappy OVA or OAV and of Euphoria. They did. I mean, I watched all of it and I don't have any idea what happens in Euphoria. But but was it crappy? I mean, yeah, there was some crap in it, but it was like a human centipede that springs to mind, but I think it served its purpose of being hentai at the very least. I don't think anyone watched that and then was like, I understand the story of Euphoria now, but it definitely served its purpose. Probably did what it was setting out to do.
そうらしいな。
Yeah,
そ
I
れが
got that.
な、ここに来ていろいろと難しくなってきたんだ。やっぱり僕一人じゃ無理かもなって。
Can't handle it all by myself after all. Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something, but now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin.
で、お前
I
に
need
も
to
手伝っ
see
てほしい
art
ん
of
だ。
Fuminori
Push.
striking the that pose. Paul Blart actor. He's like Kevin James. I was gonna say James Franco. I'm like, that's not right. Kevin James pose. Open image in new tab. I need to see art of Fuminori striking this pose with the sheepish grin. With the hands in pockets, shoulders in a shrug. I need to see that. That's something I need to see. Maybe with the meat dimension in the background, just for added visual flair. I don't know. I need your help, Koji. Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better. Kevin James is Fuminori. Josh Saki Sakura. It's the latest casting for anime to Hollywood. Yeah. Okay, so let's cast a hypothetical Hollywood film of we already got Kevin James as, as Fuminori. No, realistically they would cast who's that guy from Dune? Who's got the name? They probably cast that kid, right? Chalamet, Timothy Chalamet, or maybe the guy from the guy who's the new Spider-Man. Tom Holland, I could also see. That would be funny too. Either of those would be like realistic realistic casting choices if Hollywood were to make a modern, you know, modern adaptation. Both would be realistic and funny in their own way, right? But who would they cast as Saya is the real question.
一体どういう風の吹き回しだ。
So long as it isn't that that one lady from Stranger Things. So long as it's not her, then I don't. That would be like the worst possible option. Why the sudden change of heart? Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion.
お前も関心あるんだろ、コウジ。
Hear me out. She was our last choice and our only hope. Hear me out. Anya Taylor-Joy as Saya. I think that one could actually work. But that lady's is a name I should remember, especially since she was like groomed by Drake, right? And she has a somewhat recognizable name. I mean, I guess you could say that about anyone in Hollywood, that they have a recognizable name. Because if they don't, they usually just change it, right? Millie Bobby Brown is who I was thinking. Just had a terrible thought. What if you just do Sayano Uta, but you cast the entire cast of Stranger Things as the cast of Sayano Uta? Fucking like Finn Wolfhard as Koji or some shit. It'd be fucking awful. That's a nightmare. It's like an actual nightmare. Not in the sense that it's a dream that you're, like, horrified of, just in the sense that it's an unpleasant dream you've doomed us all.
Oh, whoa! Notices your follow.
God. Thanks for following. Fuminori responds coolly, "You're curious, aren't you?" His smile, unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse of his true
お前も
motives.
僕の後から大貝教授の家をいろいろと探し回ってたじゃないか。
You searched Dr. Ogai's house
僕
after
とお
me.
前とでバラバラに探すなんて二度手間だよ。どうせなら協力してもっと効
Netflix
率的
is
によ。
listening in on us. Would be the worst possible fate. Netflix is, you know, they cash in on like current trends mostly, right? What anime? I mean, they did like K-pop Demon Hunters, if you want to consider that, which is definitely a current trend. But for the most part, they just like buy the rights to say that they produced an anime that was already released in Japan on TV, right? What if you did Jenna Ortega just whitewash her first? What do you mean by whitewash? Isn't she already white? Is she not? I mean, she could be fine casting as Saya. I wouldn't actually object to that. Granted, I haven't watched Wednesday or probably like anything else she's been in other than I did watch the new Beetlejuice, which was a bad movie, but that had nothing to do with her, right? Oh yeah, they did do a live action Death Note and Cowboy Bebop. I was forgetting about that. Shit. It's so over. But no, both of those are like immensely popular, right? So we're safe for now. Saya no Uta's still niche. I stay niche. I stay niche. I've seen footage. We should team up. Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and viscous, lurking behind Fuminori's smile?
今日は足が必要なんだ。
I need your car today. Mind driving.
まあ構わんが。
I guess not. Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident. Oh, I think I missed that detail. So Fuminori was driving when, in that accident? Or was it his parents driving his car? I guess it doesn't really matter. But if it was Fuminori driving, then that does, you know, explain a lot in a sense, right? With him, with his attitude towards things, especially, you know, how he's definitely not getting over the accident or really handling, the loss of both his parents at all. Even if it wasn't his fault in any way, shape, or form, if he was the one driving. Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Are those miles per hour? They have to be, right? But I thought Japan would use kilometers per hour. Unless they changed this visual, but that doesn't... That would be surprising if they changed a visual like this for the English release for, like, no reason. But that's definitely not kilometers per hour, because, you know, you would constantly be driving in, like, this range, which doesn't make sense, right? I mean, I guess it could happen. I don't know. It just feels wrong to be driving like a reasonable speed and have it be on the right side of a speedometer, right? Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat, then gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
で、どこに行くんだ？
栃木の北の方、那須高原の近所だな。
Where are we going? North Tochigi, near the Nasu Heights.
栃木？
Koji can't believe his
住所は
ears.
これだ。
Here's
こ
the
の建
address.
物を探してほしい。
Sends him a photo with an address on the back. We need to find this building. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back? Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or impressed.
今から出発すれば夕方頃には着くだろう。
We leave now, we should get there by evening, right?
まあ、そうかもしれんが。
Maybe. Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the
別
end.
荘か何かかこれは。
Is this a vacation home or something?
そこに大貝教授もいるらしい。
Probably. Dr. Ogai should be there. Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. Looks like he just has to grin and
東
bear
京
it.
に戻るのは夜中かもな。
Might not get back until
悪
night.
いな。世話をかけて。
Sorry for
Isa.
the trouble. Don't mention it. Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he'd thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like a mask hiding his true face. Japanese cars typically have the speedometer only go to 180 kilometers per hour. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm used to, you know, my speedometer looking like that, but it's miles per hour, right? I hit 60 and it's, you know, like a bit shy of halfway up, right? I think? Yeah, it's like 40% of the way up. And if I go 80, then it's like right at about halfway up. I mean, I never drive 80 miles per hour. That's just reckless. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. I think 80 actually is the cutoff. Like, if you drive above 80 miles per hour, they can tag you with reckless driving, or ticket you for reckless driving in addition to a speeding ticket. So it's a good threshold to not go over. Searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack. But Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing. Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. 180 is apparently around 110 miles per hour, but people say that cars can go faster. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I assume the cars are, you know, built the same. Even if the speedometer inside caps out earlier. Still got the same components. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Now that she's all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where has Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is he the key to this mystery, as Koji and Dr. Tombo suspect? Yo recalls the events of last Thursday, alone and without an outlet for her pain after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her. Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problem go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if a new possibility occurs to her, a reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori? What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known what transpired between her and Fuminori, and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. That's, As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold, not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to this situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Stay positive. Yo is always dependent on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing on her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title, and the sender is... Omi! Yo cries out in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. Feels good, man. If you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to his house alone. Tell no one. Why is her choker like one of those, like, eternity collars, or whatever the fuck they're called? You know what I'm talking about? The shit that gets written about on fucking, like, r/am I the asshole? I found out the, my mother's necklace that I was very fond of growing up was actually a kink item. Oh, that shit kills me, man. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Is that you, Omi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with question. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send text messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contained the sort of embarrassing confessions that girlfriends share. At times, when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that Yo has an interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There's no title, and the sender is still Takahata Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone. Tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo almost to tears. Her mind isn't made to deal with this. Who is using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji, from anyone. She even starts to dial Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. The sender might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. A cold chill runs down her spine as she looks furtively around the cafeteria. The furtive pygmy so easily forgotten. Come alone, tell no one. The lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates most about herself? Doesn't she want to know what she's capable of? Doesn't she want to do more than sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hand is shaking. How easy it would be to just give in to her own cowardice, convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond reach. That is what she truly wants, even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty. She wants to flee from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. The afternoon silence, somehow forbidding. Forbidding? Huh, it's not foreboding, it's forbidding. A stink is in the air, the stink of garbage left out to rot. Hey kitty, I see you sniffing the air. Better not be thinking of eating my lasagna. No, not for you. She's gonna go all Garfield on my ass. Cats don't even like tomatoes. I think they're, like, intolerant of tomatoes, actually. So I do wonder why She's sniffing at my lasagna. I guess she smells the sausage. You know. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the houses around her is dead. I mean, she's more right than she might think. Yo pushes her fear aside and presses the buzzer on the Sakisaka house's front gate. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? Doesn't even want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thought from her mind. There is no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo is experiencing now. She, however, is not forced to wait as Omi was. The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. It's another text message from Omi's phone. Come in, the door is open. Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. I mean, she rung the doorbell. Does it really mean she's being watched? But that is her perspective on it. Searching fearfully for her observer, Yo spots movement out of a corner of her eye. I hate sneezing. Ugh. On the second floor of the Sakisaka house, a tightly drawn window curtain is fluttered. The person who sent the message is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. This time she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee, but the terror she feels towards her invisible watcher is stronger and will not permit her to turn her back upon the open window. Let me real quick check something. Can I blur the game on demand? Filters, effect filters, image mask / blend, would that work? Blend multiply? It's asking me to import a JPEG for this. Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do this other than just superimpose a semi-transparent PNG over the top of it. Pixelated sensor transparent PNG images. Would this work? Save as? Save as .html. Let's. I think Motherfucker! Okay. Well, let's try that one more. Or maybe I can. It'll work. Trust. Gotta trust in the process. Rename.png. That's the wrong file. We do a little censorship on the fly, I guess, or maybe not. Blind? I feel like I'm blind. I download the file, it shows up in my recent files, but then I click into the downloads folder, which is sorted alphabetically, but it doesn't show up in the W section when it's named white sensor. Motherfucker! Okay, this is enough wasted time, probably. I should just commit to just doing that when the moment's right. I don't think I need to worry too much about it right now, but I might in a second, so we'll just do that when the moment's right. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps through the gate. When she enters the house, an overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. The house is dark, even though it's the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as his shoes are not in the vestibule. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair, stuffed behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They are identical to Omi's favorite shoes! Yo has seen her wearing them many times before, but that doesn't mean Omi is here, she tells herself. They might belong to someone else, someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here, is there? With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone in her tightly clenched fist. The phone dials Omi's number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then a familiar ringtone echoes through the house. I mean, she was getting texts saying to enter the house from the number Omi's number, so she should already know. But sure. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there, in that room with the moving curtains. Omi's phone rings for just a few moments and then it stops, as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intentions. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide.
誰ですか?
Who's there? She gathers her courage and calls out into the house, but there's no response. Whoever it is must not want to be seen. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi. Maybe it's Fuminori. Surely it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. Yo's mind fills with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope, otherwise she could not take another step.
おみちゃんだよね。咲坂くんだよね。
Is that you, Omi? Fuminori, are you there? As she climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. When they see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It would be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but her trembling legs will not let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. After climbing for what seems an eternity, Yo finds herself standing in the second-floor hallway. No sound greets her. There is only the gloom brimming with the silent malice.
おみちゃん。おみちゃん。
Omi-chan. She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak
出て
voice.
きてよ。お願いだよ。こんなの。もう。やだよ。
It's a bit more of a traditional choker than I thought. I thought the whole thing was metal. Come out already, please. I can't take this anymore. The door in front of her is half open. It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from a corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move on its own volition, slowly opens the door. Me be ready. Mom spaghetti. Ready. Okay, we're fine still for now. The room is empty. I know that there's one moment that I gotta, like, act fast and, like, cut the footage. The room is empty. The damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. The bits of paint over the fucking bed, over the bed sheets, the blanket is pretty good. Please stop this. She's at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is not ready. Well, I think it's alright on Twitch's end because it's in the game. Twitch, that's their general policy. If it's an allowed game, then as long as you aren't, like, going out of your way to, go for just that, then sure, but I'm gonna have to edit that out of the YouTube VOD. Motherfucker! This wasn't the moment. Something grabs Yo's arms from behind, something flexible and strong, like slime-covered rubber. Let me go back and try and get that, what? Transparent sensor PNG. They got me! They got me! They done did me dirty, man. Let's see. Add image. Sensor? Yeah, I don't think that's transparent at all. I think they lied to me. Websites on the internet lying to me is not actually transparent. Shocking. Transparent pixelation PNG. No, I am not so fortunate. Maybe I am? Would this work? Anyway, I'll just keep reading. Something grabs Yo's arm, yeah, flexible and strong like slime-covered rubber. As the thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through her blouse and force their way inside. She screams. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, primal energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. She really can scream. With escape impossible, Yo can only scream louder as something cold and wet slips under her bra and wraps itself around her breast. Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy sliding over her skin. As the loathsome assault continues, the unimaginable terror threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Her throat is already raw from the screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggles desperately against her attacker. I can do a better job than this. I can do a better job than this. I can show some of the screen, right? Let me do something. Save image as Koharu.jpg. We will once again add image Koharu sensor. Or maybe I'll just title it just sensor. Okay. Browse Koharu. There we go. See, this'll work. Yeah. Yeah? I think? I think this'll work. And it'll pop up any second. There we go. Perfect, right? Perfect? What more could you ask for? That works better. Could definitely adjust it a bit more, but I don't want to do it. It's good for now. Ladies and gentlemen, the safe version, the safe for work version of the game. I remind you. Well, not really safe for work, but they were like, yeah, we removed the scenes with Saya. That's good enough, right? As the loathsome assault continues, the unimaginable terror. Also, I can press face there. Make it slightly, not obscured by the text, but you still won't see anything. But the game is allowed on Twitch, so it should be fine. Explicitly allowed. throat's already raw from screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggles desperately against her attacker. Oh, are we safe now? Was it really just for that? Suddenly, the thing pulls away. Yo falls to the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. The creature that grabbed her is still here, lurking in a dark corner of the room. Schizophrenia starts, banger. You know Japan and tentacles. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity. From close by comes the beep of buttons being pressed. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. She is powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. I bet they're good for attracting males. Oh my god. Well, she is an alien. I don't know if we're safe or not. Now she has her answer. The messages from Omi's phone were sent by the thing that just mauled her breath. God, Yo curls up into a tiny sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. Please save me. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it is laughing at her. That must be how you tempted Fuminori. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you, thief? Well, this one censored itself. This time. So, you know, I maybe should have been a bit cautious. I didn't know it was going to change perspective to a different CG, but alright, this one's safe. Safe, in quotes. Whatever that fluid is, it must just be drool or something. Something cold seizes Yo's ankles, then travels slowly up her legs until it has covered her entire lower body. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what is going to happen. She will be raped, powerless to resist a fate worse than death. Stop, she pleads feebly, even though there is no hope that the inhuman creature will be merciful. Please not right. She hears its bubbling laughter again. The thing is enjoying her sorrow, her despair. I'm gonna resize the sensor again. Just in case. Resize it and have it at the ready. Yo no longer has the strength to resist the monster on top of her. She is only able to shiver in revulsion as the cold, slimy thing covers her body. Her sight grows dim as her mind sinks deeper and deeper into a black, swamp-like abyss. A weight pushes itself between her legs, but it seems so far away. Yeah? Yeah? Oh, okay. I won't kill you. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears a voice whisper to her inside her head. It's the girl's voice. Sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from butterflies. Instead, I'll let you share in our happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. That's a hell of a thing to say. The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core. The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she has ever felt before. It should be unbearable, but there is no longer enough left of Yo's mind to recognize it as pain. Oh. While she stares blankly at the thing slithering deeper and deeper into her body, an idle thought floats through her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I? Well, speed blur to let you know that the car is moving. It has begun to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya on the Tohoku Expressway. Play Initial D music here. I hope the roads aren't snowed out, Koji says. In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. Eyes on the road, jackass! He still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from the man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's even looking him in the eye when he talks. So why does he seem even more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers, not even for a moment. It's as though he is focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for the needs or wants of others. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji cannot help but feel that beneath his bland exterior is a core of solid steel that no one can touch. About Omi, Koji says suddenly, trying to gauge Fuminori's reaction. It's been a week since she disappeared and we still haven't heard from her.
So?
So? Fuminori replies curtly, still staring into the distance.
心配だね。どうしたんだろう。
That's not good. I wonder what happened to her. Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather or the condition of the mountain roads near their destination. I asked you this before, but you're sure you don't have any idea what happened to her?
いや、全然。
Not a clue, Fuminori answers in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him following Omi's disappearance. It's like you don't give a damn, Koji's eyes
そんな
narrow.
ことないさ。
That's not true. Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe that Koji could think such a
彼
thing.
女、僕の家に来る途中でいなくなったんだろ。もちろん僕だって心配だよ。
She disappeared on the way to my place, didn't she? Of course I'm worried. Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminori's head. Koji is worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger, but from Fuminori, who was his best friend, it's... Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminori were still just hiding inside the shell he'd erected around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With this sly, evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori will never reveal his true intentions, not to anyone. All that's left, then, is for Koji to discover the truth on his own.
オウミはな、筑波のことでお前に話があったんだ。
Omi was going to talk to you about Tsukuba, you know.
うん。
Oh? Fuminori smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. To Koji, however, it seems like pity, the sort one directs at an ant or a worm.
筑波さんか。参ったね。まあ、あんなことがあった後だからさ。最近声がかけづらくて。
I wouldn't know what to say. To be honest, it's been hard to talk to her after what happened. Lipsy. Unbelievable. If Fuminori's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him. But he didn't, or at least the Fuminori before the accident didn't. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man who looks like his friend is really a different person who only possesses the memories of Sakisaka Fuminori. The snow has stopped falling when they get off the West Nasu Flats interchange. This area must already be getting a lot of snow, however, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. How does that work? You literally just wrap a chain around your tire and it like gives you better traction in the snow? Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only the road map to guide him. In places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the
本
photograph.
当にこんな場所に別荘なんてあるのか。
Who would buy a home in a place like this?
人目につかないところだからこそ、大貝教授は気に入ったはずなんだ。
It's far from prying eyes. That must be why Dr. Ogai chose it. The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. Fuminori is the one who spots the narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail, overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow.
本当に道か？
Really a road? Koji stops the car and sticks his head out the window to stare into the dark forest, but he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed
写真
trees.
だとどう見える？
How does it look to you? Fuminori hands Koji the photo, which he compares to the mountain ridges visible beyond the trees.
なるほどな。
It's definitely the
アングルは
right
間違い
angle.
ない。
行ってみよ
Let's check it out. Fuminori's tone is as flat as always, but there's a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried that his car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. This dude's driving a fucking manual? I mean, I guess the year was 2003, but I don't know how much that changes things. The sun sets eerily at high altitudes as the car creeps up the mountain path. Koji catches glimpses through the trees of the gradually darkening sky. The forest is completely still with no sound save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crackle of snow and brush beneath its tires. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, as though he is traveling deeper and deeper into a world that is not his own. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amid the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in front of him to the picture in his hand, a perfect match. Before he can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out of the car. Oi! Realizing that it's pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his head, grabs the flashlight from the glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old, run-down cabin before them has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say would matter. All of the windows are shut, with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without a regard for its owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it's obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time, just like the house in Tokyo. There's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, He realizes that their search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but the bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. Isn't dust a result of, like, human presence? Right? Like, dust is, like, skin cells and shit, I thought. I thought dust was, like, stray skin cells or something. That's a... What is dust? Fine airborne solid particles of various origins, including dead skin cells, soil, pollen, fibers, and animal dander, which accumulate on surfaces and in the air. Does dust appear in abandoned buildings? Yeah, why is Reddit 8 years ago, why is an abandoned house always dusty if there is no one living there? Dead bugs turn into dust and there is no way to keep all the bugs out. Also, a house is not 100% sealed, so you'll get dirt from outside. Lastly, things degrade in general, which causes more dust particles. In any house, there's some dust suspended in the air, and some settled on the surfaces. New dust being added all the time through insects and microbial action on the physical materials of the building, plus any human and pet occupant. In human-occupied houses, air is the equilibrium is pushed towards dust being air suspended, both through new dust creation of shed skin cells and settled dust being disturbed and moved into the air via movement. In empty houses, the equilibrium shifts towards dust settling on any surfaces, because there's less movement to push it back into the air. And no one does cleaning. So yeah, I guess I was right, but also wrong. Dust is not just skin cells, even if a lot of it is. Yeah. Of what few pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have never been used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way from the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home and then left it to decay. The only sign that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears that the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seems to glow with a cold white light. The scene is like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of the reality he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door, half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course, but Koji sees no reason for restraint after what Fuminori did to the front door. The door offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick, breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down into a pitch-black basement. Koji would prefer to leave such a forbidding place to Fuminori, but it's not like he can just ask him to take his place. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. There turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler. Exactly what one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. The few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration date, and the boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guesses that Ogai's mountain home has been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here, or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure what to do next, Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around the outside of the cabin, and there he finds the backyard. Ring moment? The ring moment? Excuse me, it's called Ringu, I'll have you know. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. It must have been neglected, even when the cabin was still in use. I did watch the original Japanese Ring movie. And I think it's sequel as well. It's Japanese sequel, and then I think I watched all. I think I watched all of the American Ring films, but they left so little of an impression on me. Ringu. 1998 Japanese horror. Was based on a 1991 novel, huh? I guess I shouldn't be surprised that, you know, no original ideas. But yeah. Also the lack of music. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. It must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. The remnants of a wood shed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking to how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to the rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements. A well. The well is no bucket or pulley, and when Koji peers carefully into it, he sees that the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piled up inside. Koji's search of the cabin has revealed nothing of interest, inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai bought this remote home deep in the mountains, and what he was doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here. Far from prying eyes, Fuminori's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge, a place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Koji suddenly remembers the doctor he met yesterday at T University. Maybe she'd know something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but it manages to get through. Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tombo's voicemail. Didn't even record a custom voicemail message. Shaking my damn head. He considers calling back later, but realizes that it would be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not at all be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see his doctor. Koji decides that he'd better tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone.
どうも、Tono Koji です。昨日はお世話になりました。
This is Tono Koji, thanks for your help yesterday. Koji leaves a clear and concise message, explaining that he went with Fuminori to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs to Ogai.
東京に戻ったら、またこちらから連絡します。では。
I'll call again when I get back to Tokyo. Goodbye. After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visit to the hospital. Is Dr. Tombo actually investigating like she said she would? Her reluctance to speak of Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about his trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking to check up on her, Koji dials Yo's number and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, the call connects. The first thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise. Like the voiceless groans, or or perhaps sobs of someone far away. Okay. The grammar was confusing for a second, but the end of the sentence makes it make sense. No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying.
つくばなのか
Tsukuba, is that you? Who's there? There is a response, but is it really Tsukuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly wrong.
トコーチだよ。つくばなのか？今どこなんだ？
Tono Koji, is that you, Tsukuba? Where are you? After a short period of nothing but pained moans, words start coming through the speaker one by one, as though each takes an act of will. Was attacked by a monster. And now... There's something wrong with my body.
何があった？おい、つくば、大丈夫か？
What happened? Are you alright? You must be delirious because Koji can't understand a thing she's saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she is in unimaginable pain. I'm rotting away. My skin is melting. My ear just came off. She's not making any sense. Koji feels despair seize his heart with an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now, 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint of what she's going through. There's nothing he can do for her. Help me, Koji. This isn't how my fingers are supposed to look.
つくば、警察を呼べ。助けを呼ぶんだ。
All the cops, Tsukuba, call for help. Can't let anyone see me like this. Yo suddenly breaks into a violent hacking cough as though trying to expel something filling her throat. Koji screams into his phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror, which is why he's unable to react when the phone is suddenly knocked from his hand. Also why he didn't notice Fuminori sneaking up until it was too late. What? Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting off Koji's angry shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the well. There is nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him backwards over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what has happened, his back strikes something with tremendous force. He thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills his mouth and freezes him to the core. Only when his fingers find the wall on the well is he able to regain his sense of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. He tries to shout, but it comes out as a hoarse groan distorted by the echo in the cramped space. What a laugh! Fuminori's laughter, on the other hand, is clear as a bell.
電話中に邪魔して悪かったね。ほら、返すよ。
Sorry for interrupting your call, he says scornfully. Here, I'll return this. Fuminori tosses Koji's phone into the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face, but finds the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless.
何のつもりだ、貴様。
What the hell are you doing? This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He could have easily broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean that he's safe. Ugh. Koji feels around the inside of the well, searching for something to hold on to, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help.
落ちた拍子に死んでれば、まだ苦しまずに済んだろう。
Too bad the fall didn't kill
君って
you.
本当に運がないんだね。
Now you have to freeze to death. You really have no luck, Koji.
おい、まさか。
You can't be serious, Koji starts to say, but trails off as the pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude, the smile that always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji, but at the thought of his friend's
どう
death.
して
Why? He can't wrap his head around this turn of events. Why would Fuminori try and kill him? Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business, but is that really a motive for murder?
別段今すぐ殺す必要なんてなかったんだけどね。もしかしたらお前は僕の邪魔をするようになるやつかもしれないし。
It's not that I needed you dead right now exactly, but you might have become trouble
せっ
later
か
on.
く人目につかないところまで出かけるんならついでにと思ってさ。
So I figured I might as well take advantage of this remote location to, well,
ついでにってお前そんな理由で俺を
might as well. You're doing this on a
お
whim?
前死ぬのに理由が欲しいのか。
Do you really need a reason to die? Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a thing.
何様のつもりだコージ。人は何の理由もなく死ぬんだよ。僕の両親がそうだったし、僕も危うくそうなりかけた。
What makes you so special, Koji? People die for no reason at all. My parents did, and I almost followed them.
むちゃくちゃだ
You're
そんなに理
crazy.
由が欲しいなら、一人でじっくり考えなよ。そこでなら、時間はたっぷりあるだろう。
Come up with your own reason, why don't you? You'll have plenty of time down there. Oh my god. Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside world.
文則おい文則
Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of this mountain well.
筑波が大変なんだおい文則聞いてくれここから出してくれ
Tsukuma, she's in trouble. Hey, Fuminori, listen, get me out of here. In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, he keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and he has long since lost track of how many hours he has been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows the despair silence brings will kill him. Alright. Well, shit's happening. Alright. the thought thickens. The plot thickens. I feel great, the same feeling that you get when the last piece of a difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. This is a hell of a meat vision for trees. I guess this is just how he views a forest, or is this the well? Is this the forest and that's the well? I wonder. I have killed a man, and no one will ever know. Yep, I guess that was the well. And that was the forest. It's a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would have introduced a flaw into the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to his disappearance. He's not even using it like a little bit to get closer to society. The plan formed in my mind the moment I realized how remote the location was. Even if I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai, his absence would at least prove that the cabin had been utterly abandoned, in which case it would be the perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out to Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. I didn't even need to use the meat cleaver hidden under my jacket, a dry well. It's like fate itself provided me with the perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough for me to take him by surprise. Now, one of the two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me and Saya has vanished from the face of the earth. All that's left is to eliminate the other. Tsukuba Yo. I mustn't underestimate her just because she's less aggressive than Koji. Even she should be able to see a connection between the disappearances of her two friends. I suppose I should be thankful that it was Yo to whom Koji was talking on the phone. If he'd reported our location to a third party, I'd have to track down and eliminate that person too. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging by how Koji was screaming into the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. After walking all night long, I finally reached the Nasu Flats station, just as the trains start running. The Meat Dimension subway, or I guess just train, metro. It only takes an hour to get back to Tokyo on the Limited Express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that to matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking up a way to kill Yo. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous, and I'm not sure how I'd get her out there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I doubt that she'll be as quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it will be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Saya for her opinion, but even I have some pride. I want to show her that I am a man who can take care of business. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose that I should just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. The search of Dr. Ogai's cabin was a bust, with no trace of having been there. But I see no reason to be frustrated. Saya isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity.
Tadaima.
I'm home. I'm ready to censor things again as needed. It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home, and the sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was for my return. It makes me feel warm inside. Saya, my beloved. Welcome home, Fuminori. She throws her arms around my neck, her smile at least 20% brighter than usual today.
遅くなってごめんな。いろいろ予定が変わったもんで。
Sorry I'm late. There was a change of plans.
私の方ももうちょっとで準備が終わるとこ。
Just about done with my preparations too.
準備?
Preparations. Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile.
文則よね。
You say mischievous or mischievous? I'm getting a surprise ready for you.
どういうこと?
What kind of surprise?
まだ内緒。
That's a
それより
secret.
文則疲れてるでしょ？お腹空いてる？それともお風呂？
Aren't you tired? Do you want to eat or take a bath first? Or do you want watashi? I'm surprised she didn't say it like that, but I don't realize how hungry I am until Saya mentions it. I walked all night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness becomes painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in dirt and sweat on the road, or of the
軽
road.
く何か口に入れて、それから風呂に入りたいな。
I'd like to grab a quick snack and get in a long, hot bath first.
そう言うと思って沸かしてあるよお風呂。一晩中外にいたんだもんね。寒かった
He's
でしょ？
so well prepared. I thought you'd say that, so I got the bath ready. You must be cold after being out all night.
ああ、そりゃもう。
I sure am. I'm amazed by Saya's foresight. She's always ready to give me what I want before I want it. Think this is gonna be safe? Yeah. They
うーん
convenient censorship here as well. Convenient cropping of the normal CG. Sounds like you had a hard time. Well. While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my adventure. I guess they already painted the bathroom green as well.
殺すのは
If
思
it's
った以
not
上
in
に楽
neat
だったんだ
vision,
よ。ただ
you might get struck by
帰り道が
lightning.
ね。
Isn't that like... Well, unless you're going around carrying around like a large pole or something. Insanely unlikely. Or did something else insanely unlikely happen to you to make you think this way? Killing him was easier than I thought. The hard part was getting home. The heat of the bath is soothing, as is the sensation of Saya leaning back against my chest as she massages the fatigue out of my stiff leg muscles. Damn, I need a bitch like Saya. No, as someone that has that's had a fucking leg sprain for about a year now, I could definitely use someone to just massage my legs for me daily. It's getting better. Ah, I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and bedroom, the bathroom is painted in the colors that Saya and I find pleasing. We've left the entrance and hallway untouched just in case someone should see inside, so these 3 rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home. You got 2 characters you wanted in Uma, with about half the amount of gems needed to pity. Yo, nice, nice. Second girl had a separate banner that did not count for the pity. You built up for the first girl. Okay, yeah. Just playing with fire. You're getting too darn lucky. Buy some lottery tickets to balance out your bad luck, or to capitalize on the good luck.
この季節でも
It was cold in the mountains, even for winter. I should have worn heavier
薄
clothes.
着で行ったのはつくづく失敗だった。
You gotta lose the 50-50. Saya's pog face. I love Saya's pog face.
夜中あたりは投資するんじゃない
I
か
was
と
afraid
ヒヤ
I'd
ヒヤした
freeze to death when it got dark.
そのコウジって人の服も取り上げて重ね着してくればよかったのに。
Why didn't you just take that Koji person's
お
clothes?
いおい、コウジは井戸に落としたんだってば。
I pushed him into a well, remember? His clothes were with him at the bottom. We killed our former best friend because he was a nuisance. Kitty, why are you meowing at me so much? He was, you know, suspicious of us, so we got rid of him. It was the goal.
ああ、そうか。
Ah. Laughs and sticks her tongue out bashfully. Hehe pedal. Some artist representation has her looking like a mushroom with limbs. For Saya? I mean, she's got like tendrils sometimes, but I don't think she looks much like a mushroom. I like her little hair fin.
で、あと心配なのがつくばよって
So now
女の
there's
人。
just that Tsukuba girl to worry about?
コウジが消えたのと僕のことを結びつけて考えそうなのは、そいつ一人だけだよね。
To protect his life with Saya, he's going to kill everyone that he was friends with, his entire friend circle. All 3 people will mysteriously disappear and no one will ever know. First I can think of would be Koji's disappearance. After I take care of her, we can finally... Extra tentacles and insect features? Huh.
うーん。
Lots of people do draw Saya in lots of ways. She says. Kitty, why are you meowing at me? Saya glances over her shoulder like she knows something that I don't. What do you want? Being such a little menace. I combed my hands through my cat's fur, and she shed like a shit ton, but she looks happy now, so whatever. Hopefully she'll stop whining.
その人の殺し方、もう文則は考えて
You
ある
already
の？
thought of a way to kill her?
それが
I've been thinking about it, but I haven't come up with anything
い
yet.
ろいろと考えた
I
んだ
was
けど
hoping
ね
that you might have some ideas.
だから
任せといて。
Leave it to me, she says, grinning with unusual confidence.
さやはね、文則が想像もつかないような方法を知ってるよ。
I've got
もう解決
ways
した
you'd
も
never
当然なん
dream
だから。
of. It's as good as done.
そうか
Soka.
さてと、もういい加減仕上がってる頃だし。
Should be ready by now. Saya's voice is full of anticipation. She rises from the bath.
でよ、文則。見てほしいものがあるんだ。
Come on, I have something to show you.
目をつぶって。
Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so, okay?
わかった？
Okay. I'm just gonna pop it up now. I have no idea what's going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen.
さや上に何かいるんじゃ
Is someone here?
目を開けちゃダメ。
No peeking, she admonishes me, then strokes my arm soothingly.
危ないものじゃないから安心して。
Don't worry, there's no danger.
あ
All right. Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choked sob. At first, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in our house after what happened 2 days ago. But then I realize something is strange. Isn't Saya the only one whose voice can carry such clear emotion to me? What in the Silent Hill hallway? Good to see you, Girardi. Right. Although my eyes are still closed when Saya leads me into the bedroom, my ears tell me that there is something only a few feet away, and yet I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my stomach.
さあ、ご対面。文則、
Okay,
目を開けて。
time to say hello. Open your eyes. I open my eyes and am struck dumb by what I see. Oh yeah, we can show this. This is safe for now, but I'm gonna have to be, on top of it again. Be at the ready to to censor again should it, should the scene change. Tsukuba is curled up on the floor with not a scrap of clothing to cover her shivering body. I suspect that this darker shadow here was added later. Added for the Steam version specifically. This darker shadow. Perhaps maybe her coochie was out, was visible in the non-Steam release. When I first lay eyes upon her naked flesh, I am entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions, far more mature than I would have expected from her usual pure and innocent appearance. Wait, forget about that. Why is she in my bedroom naked? Moreover, why is she...
どう、文則。この子の体、どんな風に見える？
Well, how does she look to you?
綺麗
She's beautiful, but why can I...
だなんで僕にもちゃんと
It doesn't make sense. This is the Tsukuba I remember, not the putrid creature whose attentions I found so unbearable after the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she is.
この子ね。文則のことが好きだったんだって。
This girl loves you, you know. I do know, but I never told Saya. How did she find out?
だから私、この子の体を作り変えてあげたの。ちゃんと文則にも可愛がってもらえるような姿に。
Decided to change her body into one that you can love back. Saya pauses to gauge my reaction, continues with a satisfied nod.
私の同類にしてあげたの。
I made her like me.
どうしてどうやって
What? How? I still don't understand why Saya chose Yo, but the last statement is even more baffling. He changed Yo?
ねえふみのり、おとといも言ったでしょ。私には他の生き物の体に細工ができるんだって。
Don't you remember what I said the other day? I can mold the bodies of other living things. Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I didn't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some part of me thought she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand. But now...
隣のおじさんにしたような小細工じゃなくて、今回のは大掛かりな変換だったけど、でもこれが私の能力の本当の使い方なんだよ。
It was a big change this time, not like the little tweak I made to the man next door, but this is how my abilities are really meant to be used.
実際にやってみたのはこれが初めてなんだけど。
This was my first time doing it, though.
本当によ
Is this really Yo? Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Her features are exactly as I remember them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature, unrecognizable as human, Yo is now the very image of human femininity. There is no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she has become what Saya is.
人か人目の生態構造についてはね、サヤはもうこの星で一番のエキスパートなの。
Actually, we're Homo sapien sapien now? No one on this planet knows more about the biology of Homo sapiens than I do. Saya declares, her voice full of pride from her first creation. I've studied a lot. Which I should look that up. What's the deal with Homo sapiens? Homo sapien sapien. Scientists used to think that there were two subspecies of humans. The sapiens indicated the subspecies of modern humans that we all belong to. They also believed that there was an extinct subspecies called Homo sapien idaltu. We decided that idaltu was basically the same thing as modern humans, so there is no need to specify which subspecies you are. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's also... Yeah, Homo sapien sapien refers to fully modern humans. Homo sapien is a broader classification that includes subspecies and archaic humans that scientists might want to classify differently, because they feel the differences are too great. Other scientists may want to classify all of them under Homo sapiens and not have subspecies. But Homo sapien sapien is modern human, which may not need the second sapient, but that's fine. I've studied a lot, she said. Studied? How did you learn this? Who taught you? When? You couldn't have learned it from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill.
だって毎日みのりの注ぎ込んでもらったじゃない。私の中に。
You remember what you've been giving me every night? I blushes.
あれ、要は人間っていう生き物の設計図みたい たい
like
な
a
ものだから。
blueprint for the human body. It's our semen. Our seed, if you will. He's been reverse engineering the human genome and human biology from intaking semen. Semen demon.
私にはそれを読み解くことができるの。好きなようにいじることもね。
I can decipher it and then I can bend it to my will. What is she really? I've accepted that she isn't human, but there's more to her than that. That is something that far transcends my species.
でもね、やっぱり最初だったもんだから手際よくできなくって。
It was my first time though, so I might have messed up a little. When Saya approaches, Yo trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly, like she doesn't know how to move her own body. And the only sounds coming out of her mouth are frightened moans.
喋れないのか。
She can't talk?
あいにく心の方は壊れちゃったみたい。
Saya sighs in a mild disappointment. I guess the change broke her mind.
なんだかんだで返信が終わるまでに20時間もかかっちゃったから。
I mean, it did
ち
take
ょ
a
っと
whole
かわいそう
20
なこと
hours.
しちゃったかな。かなり苦しかっただろうし。
She must have suffered a lot. I feel kinda bad. She doesn't sound like she feels bad at all. Yo looks up at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She is no longer able to ask me for help, or even to call my name.
どう？気に入ってくれた？
Well, Saya asks, her eyes shining with anticipation. Do you like her? I'm at a loss for how to respond. What do you mean,
だ
like
って
her?
ふみのり、友達や家族が欲しいって言ってたでしょ？
You said you wanted family and
さやか
friends,
らのプ
didn't
レゼン
you?
ト。
That's why I got you this present. Her innocent explanation only confuses me further.
プレゼントって。おいおい。子犬か何かじゃあるまいし。
Present? Come on, she's not a dog. I'm a dog.
似たようなもんだよ。どうせ頭の中なんて真っ白
There's
なんだ
not
から。
much difference. Her head is totally empty. I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense. What I'm saying, I've been saying it, is Saya did nothing wrong. This is fucked up, but she does not realize it, really.
いや、人間一人を監禁し続けるっていうのは、多分かなり厄介なもんだと思うよ。
It's not that. Holding a person captive is probably a lot harder than you think.
大丈夫だよ。ほら、こうやって鎖で繋いであるし。
Don't worry about it. Look, I have her chained up. The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. I have no idea where Saya got it from, but it's the kind of dog collar that would be sold in any pet store. Yeah, she probably just ate a dog, is where she got it from. The chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts. Yo tries to get away again, but Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo tumbles to the floor, squealing in pain. Her actions are those of an unintelligent animal, just as Saya said.
それにこの子、どっちみち逃げ出して何かしようとか、そういう難しいことはもうできないから。
She doesn't have the brains to escape or get help.
これでもうふみのりが心配することなんてないでしょ。
See, there's nothing for you to worry about. He has a point. I was racking my brain for a plan to kill Yo, but now my problem has been solved in a way that I never could have imagined. If a normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably see no trace of the old Yo. And if she has no memories and can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. Though there's still the problem of what she means by giving Yo to me.
嬉しくない？
You're not happy? Saya asks dejectedly, her confidence gone.
私、また何か勘違いしてた？ふみのりのこと困らせちゃった？
Did I misunderstand again? Is this a problem for you?
いや、
Yeah. No, but
この子の世話はちゃんと私が一人でやるよ。文則にめんどくさい思いなんてさせないよ。それでもダメ？
I can take good care of her all by myself. I won't let her make things difficult for you, so can't she stay, please? Like a child begging to keep a pet. That's not it. The last thing I want is to reject the symbol of Saya's affection. But how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look at the naked woman writhing on the floor?
そういうことじゃない。違
It's
うんだ。
not that. Yo is the first human figure besides Saya that I've seen in the 3 months since the accident. And she's a woman positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Of course I'm happy, but I also can't ignore the voice of reason that's telling me not to be.
嬉しいよ。嬉しいんだけど、素直に喜んでいいのかどうか。さやのことを思うとさ。
I'm happy, really, but if I show how pleased I am, I'm worried that you'll...
え？
Eh? Looks puzzled as though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at.
いや、だってほら、この子だって女の子だからさ。
I mean, look, she's still a girl,
僕が
right?
さやの他に別の女の子と一緒に暮らすっていうのは嫌じゃないのか。
Don't you balk at the thought of me living with another girl? After considering this briefly, Saya seems to understand what I'm trying to say.
そんな文則って考えすぎだよ。
Of course not, you worry too much. Ellipses. Maybe I am worrying too much, although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing the consideration that any man who's sworn his love to a woman would show. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help but react regardless of his feelings.
おかしい。本当に優しいんだね、文則って。
How funny, you really are kind.
そうか。
Yeah?
この子はね、文則のこと喜ばすためだけにさやが用意したの。
I only did this so that she could please
文
you.
則がこの子のこと好きになって、この子と過ごすのを楽しいって思うようになってくれたら、それだけさやも嬉しいんだよ。
If you like her and enjoy spending time with her, then I'll be happy
それ
too.
遠慮するようなことじゃないよ。
You have nothing to be shy about.
こう言っちゃなんだが。
Hate to say this, but I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings.
男って、その、ものすごく下劣な生き物だから。
Well, really depraved creatures, and
イオの体って、さやの裸とはまた全然違う特徴があるだろ
Yo's body has features that yours doesn't,
これって
right?
さやのこと好きだって思う気持ちとは全然別のところで
Even though it's nothing like my
かな
love
り
for
気
you.
をそそられるってのが
I can't help but get around. With each word that I squeeze from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider until finally she starts shaking with laughter.
うんうん、わかるわかる。文則は男の子だからそれでいいの。正常な本能だよ。
I know, Saya exclaims jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tears from her eyes with the other. There's no reason to be ashamed of your natural male
いいのか
instincts. Are you sure? I ask again as though trying to force her to say no. Saya, my beloved, Saya answers me with a smile whose like I have never seen before. My menacing, horrifying, waif? It is so calm, so terribly calm, completely immoral. And there is something bewitching about the soft set of her lips that sets it apart from her usual bright, childish expression.
文則とさやは恋人同士で、筑波陽はそんな二人のペット。
You and I are lovers, and Tsukuba Yo is our pet.
この子は私と文則に可愛がられるたびにそのことを思い出すの。こ
You
れから
will
毎
be
日
reminded of
ず
that
ーっとね。
when we play with her, every day from now on. I finally know why Saya chose Yo, for the venom in her voice and smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate, and that is the very reason Saya visited it upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya is. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifying cruelty of what she has done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me, for the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by that very love. I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's presence.
さやは気に入ってるのかいこのペットのこと。
You like this pet too?
とっても綺麗で触り心地もいいんだよ。
She's very pretty and feels good to touch.
そっか。じゃあ、二人でこいつと遊ぶときも、さやはさやで楽しめるんだね。
So you'll enjoy playing with her
遠
too,
慮することは
right?
ないね。
I'm gonna have to hold back, do I?
もちろん。
Of course I will. I'm gonna... Grinning happily, Saya grabs the chains and pulls Yo to her feet.
ねえ、海のり、触ってごらんよ。
I might be acting a bit preemptively here. I don't know when this next thing I gotta censor. I'm pretty sure there's only 2 things that are really split past the Steam release. But touching her, Fuminori, she's really nice and soft. Okay, as Yo looks up at me with teary, pleading eyes, I approach and let my gaze roam freely over her lush body. I run my fingers through her hair, finding it as smooth as Saya's. Enjoying the feel, I continue to caress Yo's head. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind, and believes even now that I will be kind to her. How foolish. Yep, Yep. I stop stroking her hair and calmly seize both of her breasts. She flinches in pain at the sudden rough treatment, but I ignore her and continue. As my lust demands. They're incredibly soft. I'm not gonna read all this. The tears in Yo's eyes cause a new sadistic desire to well up within me. She must not have been sufficiently prepared, as her choked scream is like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminded me of how Suzumi screamed when I stabbed him with my knife.
辛そうだね。
Looks painful, Saya says, peering curiously at Yo's tear-streaked face. I mean, it's safe right now, but also, like, it might not be in a second, so... It could stay on.
気持ちいいこ
Is
の
she
子。
pleasing you?
まあ、
You could say that. The hypnotic quivering of her thighs as she trembles beneath me. These sights, and sensations are enough to stimulate my basest lust, and the night has only just begun. Oh, okay. I guess we're fine for now. There might actually be a third scene for all I know. Fuck, man. A third moment of impromptu censorship. Later, as I lie on my bed, drained of energy, I consider what my life will be like from now on. Sai is resting in my arms, Yo is curled up on the floor. Yesterday, I could not imagine that the 3 of us would be a family. I mean, it is a horror story, so... A new home, new food, and a new family, all granted to me by Saya. She has selflessly led me from the brink of death to find new joy amid despair. And I, too, have changed. I have killed 2 people with my own hands, and made a third my mindless slave. Yet despite all that I have done, I am still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I am no longer the Sakisaka Fuminori I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged, about the unknown world into which we are headed. And so, while playing with Saya's hair, I asked,
君は一体何者なんだい？
Saya, what are you? I don't expect an answer. If Saya is asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into the deep pools of her eyes.
うまく言葉では説明しにくいんだけどね。
It's kinda hard to explain. He thinks for a while, searching for the right words, then says simply, I'll wait a little bit, because I have ads, and I wanted to eat. I've been wanting to eat for a bit, but also, this is a game that I just have to read, right? So. I don't have a knife, so a fork can only do so much. Me eating my fiendish meal like it's Fuminori eating human entrails or something. He thinks for a while, searching for the right words, then says
タンポポ
simply,
って花があるよね。種を風に乗せて飛ばすやつ。
You know the dandelion flower? The one that scatters its seeds in the wind? Yeah?
綿毛の種は風に運ばれて、ふるさとから遠く遠く離れて、
The wind carries those fluffy seeds far, far from where they were
もし
born.
かしたら草木なんか一本も生えてない砂漠に落ちちゃうかもしれない。
What if one of them ends in a desert where not even a single blade of grass is
そんな
growing?
時、たった一粒のその種が何を思うか、
You can imagine how that lone seed will feel.
それを想像してくれれば分かってもらえるかもしれない。
Then you might be able to understand. As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her
種
story.
はもちろん草の種だからね。その気になって頑張れば砂漠を砂漠じゃなくしてしまえる。
That seed is still a baby flower. If it does its best, it can turn even a desert into a
た
garden.
だ一粒だけの種でももしかしたら頑張ろうって思うようになるかもしれない。
Maybe that little seed will decide to thrive.
頑張って育って増えて、いつかこの土地が一面のタンポポ畑になるまで頑張ろうってそう思うかもしれない。
Maybe it will decide to grow and multiply so that it can turn the whole desert into a
そ
field
んな
of
風に
dandelions.
タンポポの種が心を決めるとしたらどんな時だと思う？
What do you think can give it the strength to do
そ
so?
れは
What? I whisper in trance. Saya smiles softly and caresses my
そ
cheek.
れはね、その砂漠にたった一人だけでも花を愛してくれる人がいるって知った時、
All it needs is to be loved by just one person in the whole
タンポ
desert.
ポの花は綺麗だねって種に話しかけてくれた時、
All it needs is to be told how pretty dandelions are. The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and
あな
joy.
たのこと
And I love you too, Saya. I pull her into my chest, nodding silent.
とそばにいて。いつまでも私の隣に。
Stay with me forever, never leave my side.
もちろん。
I promise. Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. No matter how blatantly toxic and codependent they are, I do find a certain degree of beauty in it. He has been buried alive. His world is the silence and the cold of the grave. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost the strength to scream, no coherent thought has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes, random unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all are happy times, there are sad, painful memories as well. But even these are pleasantly warm compared to the death that is now encroaching upon him. He dreams of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find themselves holding a bag of tiny corpses. He dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. Liquor? I hardly even know her. After she'd had too many to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in the back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then he dreams that he is driving into a black sea, where when he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up at the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, the distant rumbling of an engine reaches his ears. Something still conscious within him tells him that this dream is wrong. Have I ever gone diving at night before? The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams from reality. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to a low idling, then abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. Those sounds are real. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. This isn't the bottom of the sea, and that circle of light isn't the moon. The mouth of the well. The sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with a car. The last piece falls into place, and he becomes Tono Koji once more. Help! Koji shouts, surprised by how easily his voice emerges. His desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. Hey, I'm down here. I'm in the well. Help me! He keeps screaming with all his might. Soon the echoes in the cramped well become deafening, and he is no longer certain if his screams have meaning or if he's just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die forgotten at the bottom of this well. Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like an eternity on the edge of despair. Soon the circle of light above him is partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down into the well. Oh no, you alive down there? A woman's voice. Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason cannot remember to whom it belongs. Just hold on, I'll get you out. The silhouette vanishes, restoring the light of a perfect circle. Fear of being left alone again threatens to send Koji into panic, but his reason has recovered enough to resist. She said she's going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he gingerly tests his body, which he had forgotten all about until now. His joints ache and his fingers and toes are numb. But though exhausted, he's still in one piece. The One Piece? The One Piece is real! After some time, the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. Are you hurt? Can you climb rope on your own? No, I don't think so. Koji lacks the confidence to attempt such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. Oh well, I'm coming down. After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knotted climbing rope into the well. He grabs the rope as soon as it reaches him. The rough threads bite into his palm. And relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. Now that he's free from despair, questions leap to the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is his savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs carefully down. The beam from the floodlight flung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadows cast by her body. Soon she is standing in the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with
先生
Sensei.
他の誰かを期待したかい？
Were you expecting someone else? Koji indeed had not imagined that his savior would turn out to be Dr. Tanbo Ryoko. Of course, it took him a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and tight skirt, she's wearing a heavy leather coat, denim jeans, and boots with no heel. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. You would eat human flesh for love, but I won't eat that. No, I won't eat that. Yeah, meatloaf. Her light is a blocky all-purpose type featuring side-mounted fluorescent runners in addition to the main floodlight, survival gear, and professional grade by the look of
ひ
it.
どいありさまだな。ほらこれ。
You look awful, Dr. Tombo says wryly as she gives Koji a once-over. Here, drink this. She pulls a flask out of her pocket and hands it to him.
飲み込まず、ゆっくり一口ずつ舐めるようにしろ。少しはマシになるだろう。
Go slow, take small sips, it should help a little.
ありがとうございます
Thank you. He walks around with a flask. Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but it doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman and a doctor at that. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap and takes a swig and struggles to keep from coughing as the potent liquid sears his tongue.
何ですかこれ
スピリタスウォッカ。着付け薬によし、消毒によし。浴びせてから
He
火を
kinda
つけれ
got
ば
the
効くよう
drip,
な相手には
man.
かなり。
She's kinda got the drip. Spiritus vodka, good for disinfecting wounds in a pinch, and also does a fine job of setting things on fire. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at this doctor, the dark smile on her face, doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tombo? There's no trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now set in a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and wary. In the darkness at the bottom of the well, it is possible, however unlikely, that the change in her features is due to the ominous shadows cast by her lamp. It's not so easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor.
先生はどうしてここに
Why are you here?
電話をよこしたのは君だろうが。
Called me, didn't you? Ryoko replies brusquely, glaring at Koji like an annoyed
行方
professor.
不明者を探してる二人組が妙な留守電の後に揃いも揃って音信不通になったりしたら何かあったと思うのが普通だろ。
I tried calling back, but you didn't answer. Neither did your friend Tsukuba. I'm supposed to think everything's fine?
は
No, but he still doesn't understand why she acted so quickly, but it's a different part of what she just said that seizes his
あじゃ
attention.
あ筑波は筑波陽にも連絡を
You called her
した
too?
よ。君と一緒でつながらない。正直なところ私はてっきり君も死体になってるもんだと思ってたんだがね。
Like I said, she didn't pick up either. To be honest, I figured you both were dead already.
あ
That's right, he almost died, and at the hands of the man he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration well up inside him. He can't forgive Fuminori's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. And now he has no idea if Tsukuba is safe. Fuminori tried to kill Koji. Could he have done the same to
まあ
her?
落ち着け。ここで君がいくら殺気だって見たところで始まらん。
Calm down, why don't you? Ryoko says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the well. There's nothing you can do from here.
何かあったと思ったのなら警察には届けてくれたんですか
If you thought something was wrong, Koji says to her back, then you must have called the police, right?
警察だと。
The police? Still engrossed in her examination of the walls, Ryoko laughs scornfully at the idea. Look at that face. Look at that face.
そうか。君はまだそういう形で蹴りがつけられるものだと思っているわけか。
So you still think that's the way out, do
ど
you?
ういう意味です？
It's supposed to mean. Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji's about to demand answers when she cuts him off with a gesture and shrines her light at the corner of the well.
こいつには気づかなかったのか？
You didn't notice this? Huh? In the light of the lamp, Koji sees that some of the stones are a different shade than the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoko was looking for.
気づき
No.
ませんでした。ずっと真っ暗だったんで。
Not enough light. Ryoko's gaze moves slowly along the wall, finally coming to rest on a gap between two of the stones. The hole is just wide enough for an adult to reach into it open-handed.
君、いいところに落ちてくれたよ。
Her fucking face, dude. Oh my god. You sure picked the right well to fall down, Ryoko says with a grim smile. Like they say, it's always the last place you look. She wastes no time thrusting her hand into the opening. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears the thunk of something solid coming together behind the wall.
先生、
Ryoko pulls her hand out and gives the different colored stones a gentle push. With the rumble of weights shifting, the stones slide smoothly back into the wall.
こういう仕掛けか。やられたよ。前に来た時は気づきもしなかった。
That's how he fooled me. I had no idea this was here the last time I came.
前にも来た。
You've been here before? Koji wants answers, but Ryoko ignores him and peers into the opening. In the beam of her floodlight, Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain.
私は先に進むが、殿くん、君はここに残ることを勧める。
I'm going on ahead. You'd better stay here. Her warning is utterly devoid of warmth. Considering his options, Koji looks from the tunnel to the rope and back again. He's practically sweating now, thanks to the 190 proof vodka he just drank. But although feeling has returned to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone in the well again makes him
一緒に
shiver.
行きます。連れてってください。
I'll go too. Please take me with you.
まあ好きにしろ。
Have it your way. Ryoko steps into the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow. Tsukini Shiro is like, do as you please, right? Which I guess is the same as have it your way, but it's a bit more formal? I don't know actually.
前にお会いした時と随分雰囲気が違いますね。
You were pretty different the last time we met, Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko, but she moves cautiously down the tunnel with her light leading the way.
ここは病院じゃない。君は患者じゃない。営業スマイルが必要か。
This isn't the hospital and you're not my patient. The service doesn't come with a smile.
じゃあこっちが先生の字ですか。
So this is who you really
さ
are?
あ、どうだかな。どうだっていいことだろ。
I wonder, does it matter? Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor. When Koji looks over her shoulder, he sees a dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the
なんで
path.
す？
What
あ
is
の
it?
井戸から降りてきたやつの小細工さ。
Something left by the last guy who came down that well. Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji.
長さは私が使ったロープのほぼ2倍。途中に結び目があって、端は両方とも切断されてる。この両端がつながって輪になってたのさ。
Oh, that's how you do it, huh? Twice as long as my rope, it has a knot in it, and both ends have been severed. They were connected before to make a circle. So if you want to, go down something with a rope and then, cut the rope so that there's no proof of you going down it to destroy the evidence, but from the bottom, you'd make a loop with it, and then you'd cut the loop open. So it makes sense. Makes sense.
え？
Okay.
外のどこかにこの輪を引っ掛け
She's
て
explaining
井戸の
that, I
底まで
guess,
伝って
now.
降りる。
You loop one end of the circle around something topside, then you use the rest to climb down as
その後
well.
ナイフで輪を切って井戸の中に引っ張り込めば井戸の底に降りた痕跡は残らない。
When you're at the bottom, you cut the circle open and pull the whole rope in with you. That way, there's nothing to show you were there, or where you went. Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing that it ends in a closed wooden door about 10 meters ahead.
こうやってここに逃げ込んだやつは追っ手の目をくらませたのさ。やられたよ。まんまと騙された。
It's how he avoided detection. Really got me
先
good.
生、さっき前にも来たっていうのは
Had you been here before?
君や咲坂くんだけじゃない。私も以前鴎外を追ってこの別荘に来た。
You and Sakisaka aren't the only ones. I checked Ogai's cabin a while back. Oh! She keeps the MF and Thang on her. As I said earlier, dripped out. As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat and pulls out what she had hanging underneath
他
it.
に出口がないとしたら、奴はまだあの扉の向こう側にいるわけだ。
There aren't any other exits, then he's still behind that door. At first, Koji thinks that she's holding a steel pipe, amazed that she would be carrying a weapon. Koji looks closer and is appalled when he realizes what it really is, a gun. And not one of those sleek handguns that he sees in the movies, but a double-barreled shotgun. The stock and barrels have been sawed down for easier concealment, enhancing its aura of brutal efficiency.
何ですかそれ
What is
ショッ
that?
トガン
12
12番
days.
口径。
Ryoko replies blandly as though naming a brand of cigarettes.
私にはこいつを持ち歩く資格なんてないし、こんな風に改造するのも銃刀法違反だ。
I don't have a permit and cutting it down would be illegal even if I did. Any other questions?
そんなもの持ち出して一体どうするつもりです
What are you planning to do with that? Yoko looks over her shoulder and gives Koji her most chilling smile yet.
鴎外の正体を初めて知ったとき、私はただの善良な一般市民だった。交通違反すら無縁のね。
When I first learned what Ogai was doing, I was a model citizen, never even got a ticket. The woman whom Koji believed was just a normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun menacingly as she continues, her tone sharp and bitter.
あの時にこいつがあったなら、私は多分鴎外をきっちり殺せていただろう。
If I'd had this back then, I could have killed Ogai before he got away.
そうなってれば、もしかしたら君たちがこんな災難に巻き込まれることもなかったかもしれない。その点は申し訳ないと思ってるよ。
Whose toe is sharp and bitter? Tone. But she keeps the MF and Thang on her. Good to see you, Morganite. The plot so far. Our protagonist, through his meat vision, pushed his best friend down a well to prevent his best friend, or former best friend, from getting in the way of his life with the Lovecraftian horror. There was his other friend was turned into a Lovecraftian horror as well, and is now mind broken and being kept as a house pet. And his doctor is revealed to be I would say a lunatic, but she seems pretty sane. She's just surrounded by the insane. She's the only sane person exploring the insane depths of a cultic doctor. I slept through the whole thing. Luckily, there will be a VOD. And luckily, I was just summarizing the plot. Yippee! Good to see you, Agent. But I'm doing alright, Morganite. I hope you're doing good too. Hopefully the best is still to come on the horror aspect here. As, you know. I did also... I'm gonna have to edit the VOD a little bit. And, I downloaded this file to censor the screen on demand. Because one thing slipped through my cracks. I covered it quickly, but one thing did slip through my cracks. It's fine on Twitch, I think. Twitch has a policy for like in-game nudity is allowed so long as it's not like a mod or you aren't like going out of your way to engage with it. Like I think if you like titled a stream in like, I don't know, fucking Witcher, like sex scenes only, going through all sex scenes. My face has slipped through your crack, AO? I don't do charity. Why don't you take your coin and slip it up the crack of my ass? Only the finest beef between these cheeks. First slow, like a saber-tooth tears its prey. I don't remember what else he says, but... Is this a story that has rapey stuff in it? Yeah. Yeah, it does. The Steam release is a bit less on that front, but yeah. It is a horror game. So... And that is a pretty horrifying thing to happen to somebody. Oh. Koji listens in silence, helpless to do anything but watch as understanding moves farther and farther out of his grasp.
だから、これから私がやることは一切合切。君とその友達が足を突っ込んでる泥沼なありさまを終わらせてやるための手続きだ。
In other words, everything I do from here on out is to clean up this mess that you and your friends have stepped in. Look at that face. Consider trying it? I mean, sure, if you think you'd enjoy it. Plenty of people do. I think it's like 60% of women apparently have fantasies about such things. So it's hardly, you know, it's hardly abnormal. Everything I do from here on out is to clean up the mess.
その辺をよく理解して余計な口は突っ込まないこと。いいね。
I think all of those sorts of, pink things would be weird at first if you aren't, you know, and you get more comfortable with it the more you engage with it. Even if it is something that you're into, if you haven't done it before. Still gonna be a bit awkward. Anyway. Remember that, and don't ask any unnecessary questions, got it? Koji can only nod weakly in response. Yeah, she does have a gun. Why is her fucking hand over her crotch? What's with that hand, though? With the light in her left hand and the shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks up to the door and takes a deep breath. Then she kicks the door open, putting her full weight behind the blow. With a disappointingly feeble sound, the door breaks off its hinges and falls into the room. Scratching her balls? Makes sense. Dust billows like white smoke in the beam of Ryoko's light. The room is large, at least 35 meters square. The tiled floor is set with drainage grates, and there is no mistaking the operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Sitting in the middle of the room, cabinets full of enamelware and drugs line one side of the space, and against the opposite wall stands a writing desk and bookshelf. Those things Koji recognizes. The mysterious objects cluttering the tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with complex patterns, grotesque statues and masks that must have been left by a race of savages. Tapestries woven in nauseating arrays of color, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head. Can't believe Koji's racist. Masks that must have been left by a race of savages. What the fuck is he talking about? Anyway, any would fetch a hefty price at an antique store, if not for the one thing they all have in common. Every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just looking at it. It's as though each was designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creator's hatred of the world. Rare-looking books of the sort that he found in Ogai's home are piled here and there, and on one shelf are stacked some scrolls that look to be made out of some kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Whatever it is, it's not paper. I can wait a minute. We gotta keep them separated. Hey! Are you talking back to me? Ding dong ding 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 ding. Ding 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 dong. Also, banger soundtrack. I feel the need to repeat. Yeah. I can be done waiting. We can start reading it. I don't have to wait the whole thing out, right? Finally, there are indecipherable chalk patterns and symbols filling every available space on the walls. Even the two sliding blackboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy.
見るんじゃない。
Don't look. Ryoko snaps at him.
いいか、ここから動くな。絶対に何かに触ったりするな。目を引くようなものがあっても、見つめたりしちゃいけない。
Listen, don't move, and whatever you do, don't touch anything. Even if something draws your attention, don't look
まずい
at
と
it.
思ったらすぐに目をそらして自分の靴を見ろ。わかった。
If you see something that feels wrong, stare at your shoes, got it?
は
Oh. Ryoko switches her light's fluorescent runners on and sets it on a nearby table where it can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun, only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools. A digital camera and a can of spray paint. She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right hand on, and steps up to the blackboard, while looking at the camera's side-mounted screen. 2003, everyone. After recording one set of symbols, she covers it with a thick layer of paint and moves on to the
先生
next.
レッスン
Doctor?
1。妙な図形やラテン語の文章とかは絶対に読むな。見つめるな。
Lesson 1. Never look at strange symbols or read anything written in unusual languages like Latin.
機械の目で記録しておいて、後で注意深く調べればいい。
Use a
現
camera
物は
to
その場で
record
塗り
them
つ
for
ぶすか
later.
何かして破壊しろ。
Then paint over the original. Now that she mentions it, Koji realizes that she's only looking at the screen of her camera, even then only in short glimpses, and never directly at the drawings. He understands what she's saying, but it still doesn't make any
一体どういう
sense. Why do you have
ここ
to...
まで深入りしたんなら工学のために黙って聞いておけ。
Now that you've come this far, you better shut up and listen for your own
あと
good.
水晶球とか鏡の類も危ない。下手に壊すとやぶ蛇になったりするから、とりあえず布でもかぶせるかペンキを浴びせて封印しろ。
Things like crystal balls and mirrors are dangerous. Anything can happen if you break them, so it's best to cover them with a cloth or paint over them for the time being. Koji begins to fear that this doctor might be even crazier than Fuminori. Despite the burst of energy he received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from his night in the well. The fear is affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon the walls are covered in black paint and the stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine.
とりあえずこんなところか。
That should do for now, Ryoko says with relief, then tosses the empty can aside and puts away her video camera.
オーガイって人はどうなったんです
What happened to Ogai? Koji asks, supporting himself against a nearby table.
ああ、そこにいたよ。
Hmm? Oh, he was over there. Without stopping her examination of the papers on the writing table, Ryoko points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in one corner of the room. He was there. Her clinical choice of tense makes her meaning instantly obvious. The urge to see for himself is irresistible. Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on it. Was that, that Cthulhu? On the screen is a large, easy chair. Although he's never met the man before, Koji is fairly certain that this person sitting in it is Ogai Masahiko. Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while drying in this sealed chamber. The body is barely the size of a child's, with only the business suit hanging from the bones offering any hint of Ogai's former stature. His empty eye sockets and wide open jaw are filled with darkness, the same darkness that surrounded Koji at the bottom of the well. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny hole in Ogai's right temple is almost demure. Arg. Then it stands up with its hands outstretched and he says, "Brain." The revolver that he presumably used to kill himself is still clenched in his dangling right hand. It looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Ryoko must have noticed Ogai's corpse while she was spray painting the walls, and still she kept working without batting an eyelash. You hate it? It is fairly gross, yep. Impressive, though not exactly surprising after what he's been through. It's getting difficult to remember the last time he spoke to someone sane. But if not for her, Koji reminded himself with a bitter smirk, he would have ended up joining this mummified corpse here, and no one would have ever found him. Can I hug you? I'm scared. Who is Ryoko? Ryoko is the main character's doctor, and a former co-worker, also works at the same university hospital that Dr. Ogai worked at. She's been investigating him for a while privately. Presumably she's aware that he, is engaged in the occult and wanted to stop him, though she doesn't know the full extent, since she is not, initiated in the occult. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He's pushed himself too hard, and the spirited vodka can't help him anymore. He collapses to the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness, and the last thing he sees are Ogai Masahiko's gaping eye sockets staring at him. When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. A bed is a bed, he thinks to himself, even one that smells of mold and dust, and especially after sleeping in the cold mud all night. There are no lights hanging from the ceiling, but the soft, warm light of a lamp fills the room. Simple furnishings, non-existent decor, Koji realizes that he's in Ogai's cabin, in the bedroom that he searched before Fuminori pushed him into the well. Nice sandwich. You awake? Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall, her expression blank as she studies the pile of documents on the table in front of her. She must have brought them up from Ogai's underground lab. This room isn't witchy enough to be cozy. She turns a page and then takes a bite from the sandwich in her free hand. If you feel up to eating, there's food over there. Without looking up from the files, she gestures towards the convenience store bag sitting on the nightstand. Oh, I thought she made it, but I guess that makes sense. Japan, they love their 7-Elevens and their Lawsons. How did I get here? Koji can't imagine that a woman, even a woman like Ryoko, could have climbed out of the well with him on her back. There was a door behind one of the bookshelves down there, Ryoko mutters. taking care not to let the explanation interfere with her reading or eating.
苦労して破ってみたら別荘のボイラー室に出た。
When I
反
finally
対側
got
は
it
薄く
open,
モルタルを塗って隠してあったんだな。
it led to the boiler room underneath the cabin. The other side was hidden with a thin layer of mortar.
隠し部屋に機材を運び込んでからドアを塞いで、その後は井戸から出入りしていたんだろう。周到なもんだ。
Figure that's how he got most of his supplies down there. Once he had everything he needed, he could seal it up and use the well instead. Pretty thorough. I got some lasagna that I've been, meaning to eat, but this game is not so much a game as it is reading. So I have been missing the majority of my opportunities to eat during the stream so far.
そこまでして隠さなきゃならないものがあの部屋にあったんですか？
Was there really something in there that he needed to hide?
それにさっきまでも。
There used to be. This is the last of it. Having finished her sandwich, Ryoko picks up some unsorted papers with her free hand and waves them in the air.
世界中の研究者が誰もかも学会で演壇に登ってリサイタルをやりたがるわけじゃないのさ。
Not all scholars want to get on stage at a symposium and show their research to the world, you
自分
know.
一人が秘密に通じて、最後には自分のしたいもろとも
Nah, I
秘
think
密の
her
墓穴に
sandwich
し
is
まい
from
込んで
7-Eleven.
満足するような、そういう変態野郎もいるんだよ。
They sell a lot of sandwiches like that at 7-Eleven in Lawson and other Japanese konbinis. Oh, my lasagna. My lasagna is so made. Yeah. Of course. Lasagna. Some nutcases get their kicks by learning secrets no one else knows and by being buried with those secrets in hidden tombs that no one will ever find. Koji still hasn't the slightest idea of what Ogai's secret might have been. From what Ryoko said in that tunnel, however, he can guess that Fuminori is somehow involved.
文則はどうなっちまったんですか？
Oh. I'm like, what the fuck is that I'm hearing? And then I turn my head, it's not coming from my window. I turn back and I look down and it's just my fucking water bottle. This thing, like, moans, but not in, like, a human sort of way. It just, like, whines, like, it lets out, like, a long, single, like, low tone pitch when it has, like, air that it needs to release. I don't know why. Mostly just happens when I fill it up, but sometimes. What happened to Fuminori? Koji asks desperately, no longer caring who he gets answered from.
地下の死体と文
So
則
the
と
bottle
一
is
体どういう
farting.
関係があるん
It
です？
doesn't sound like
先
a
生は一
fart,
体何を追いかけてるんで
but
す？
sure. You could say that. It sounds like a whine. Like, that's the kind of noise it makes, but very quiet. Very low tones. What does he have to do with that body down there? Just what is it that you're after?
今それを調べてる
Sad
とこ
for
ろ
the
だよ。
bottle. Yeah, it's in pain. Constantly being sucked dry of fluids and then filled back up again. What I'm trying to find out, Ryoko replies coldly, as though Koji's concerns are none of hers.
私が咲坂君から聞いたところによると、彼は王外の親族から調査を頼まれているという話だった。
Sakisaka told me he was acting on behalf of one of Ogai's relatives.
ええ。それは俺も聞いてます。
He told me the same thing.
うん、そうか、一貫してるんだな。
At least that's consistent. Ryoko pulls several sheets of loose leaf paper from a different
だ
file.
が王外に血縁者はいない。私は咲坂君が嘘をついているものとばかり思っていた。
The truth is that Ogai has no relatives. I thought Sakisaka was simply lying.
もう一つの可能性を考えるべきだった。彼は王外の親族を名乗る何者かにそそのかされていたのかもしれない。
However, there was another possibility I should have considered. He might have been tricked by someone claiming to be Ogai's family Ryoko pauses, then looks sidelong at
さ
Koji.
やという名前に心当たりは？
Does the name Saya ring a bell?
さやいえ誰なんですか？
Saya? No, who is
さて
that?
誰なのか何なのか読めば読むほどわからなくなっていく。
And thus Ryoko has learned of Saya. Who or what is the question, but the more I read, the less I understand. She sighs bitterly, then returns her attention to the papers in her hand.
間違いなく言えるのはそいつが外の研究の核にあるものらしいということだけだ。
All I can say for sure is that it appears to have been the focus of
もし
Ogai's
咲坂君
research.
がこのサヤと呼ばれるものとすでに深く関わっているのなら彼はもう引き返せないところまで踏み込んでいるということになる。
If Sakisaka is involved with whatever Saya is, then he's already past the point of no return. The icy certainty in Ryoko's voice sends a chill down Koji's
だ
spine.
としたらどうするつもりなんです、文則を。
If so, then what will you do? He has to ask, even though he already knows the
さ
answer.
っきも言ったよね。1年前の私も手元に銃を持ってればってどれだけ後悔したか知れないんだ。
It's like I said, Ryoko replies, smirking at the tension in Koji's voice. I have no idea how many times I've wished I'd killed Ogai when I had the chance.
もう二度と後悔するつもりはない。
I won't make the same mistake
俺
twice.
が警察に行けば済むことです。
If I go to the police, it'll all be over. Ryoko doesn't respond, as though she didn't even hear what Koji just
文則が
said.
やったことは殺人未遂です。俺が訴えればあいつは犯罪者として。
Fuminori tried to kill me, Koji continues persistently. If I report him, he'll be
目
arrested
撃者
and...
は物証は咲坂君が君を殺す動機は
Ryoko cuts him off harshly. You have witnesses? Proof? What was Sakisaka's motive?
なあ、トノ君。君は警察の仕事についてひどく勘違いしている。
You know, Tono, you're completely misunderstanding what the
彼ら
police
の職分
do.
は正義を貫くことでも、市民の安全を守ることでもない。
Their job isn't to fight for justice or even to keep people safe.
そんな。
What are you saying?
不条理な物事について、きちんと条理に沿った体裁を整える。
Finding reasonable explanations for unreasonable events. That's what the police are
彼らの
for.
思考はいつだって、より理解しやすい方、より説明しやすい方に傾いていく。
They will always choose to believe the simplest, most logical explanation. I mean, that is Occam's razor, right?
それこそ、水が低い方へ低い方へと流れていくように。
Just like how water always flows
事実が
downhill.
どうあろうと彼らには興味ない。彼らが感知するところではないんだよ。
They aren't
小
interested in
説
the
より
truth.
奇なる事実なんてものは。
They don't know or care that the truth is often stranger than fiction.
そこまで決めつけることないでしょう。話してみなければわかりませんよ。
Okay, they can't all be like that. I won't know until I try. Koji talking to someone who said ACAB. Japanese police, yes, the Japanese police system is pretty fucked. Or justice system, I should say. What, they have like a 90% conviction rate or something absurd? You could say there's a bunch of different angles that you could take that from, of they only prosecute people that they're certain are guilty, or perhaps they're forcing confessions out of people. It's 99%. 99 seems too high to be real, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
そう、わからない。そこが問題だ。
Also, like, makes sense that that's the culture that birthed Psycho Pass, which, by the way, was written by the same author as this. Psycho Pass is great. There's a lot of the same themes in it as well, of, you know, social isolation and otherizing of the mentally ill, pushing people towards being more isolated as a result, and then becoming more extreme and more dangerous members of society as they are repeatedly pushed away from society. You could take the same theme if there's a way to encapsulate what I just said in like 3 words or something. That same theme is present in both this and Psycho Pass. Psycho-Pass is great. I should rewatch the first season and probably never watch anything after that, because only the first season was written by Geno Ibuchi, and the second season fucking blows, and the third season in the movie, like, don't even get me started. Axis powers holdovers? I wouldn't know. I would not know. I am not, you know, not aware of the historical angle of that, how much of it is historically influenced. Does Germany have the same problem? He pulls another sandwich out of the bag. That's the problem. She hasn't spared Koji a second glance since looking at him earlier. Even while talking, her attention is always focused on the papers in front of
君
her.
が錯乱した親友の手で井戸に落とされたと主張する。
Let's say you accuse your friend of pushing you into a well. Let's say, hypothetically, you accuse your friend of pushing you into a well. And hypothetically, the police then respond by saying, it's your word against his. Do you have any evidence? And then hypothetically, he gets away. And then hypothetically, he goes into hiding. Well, it's been too long since I've seen any Ben Shapiro shit to be able to mock him well. Mock, mimic, impersonate, etc. Whatever word
警
is
察はあ
best
と2
used
つばか
there.
り真実の候補を用意するだろう。
In
君
addition
が
to your statement, the
狂
police
言
will
自殺
consider
で
two
親友を
alternate
陥れよ
versions
うとしていると
of the truth. Maybe you're making it all up to frame your
あるいは
friend.
もっとシンプル
Or
に
even simpler, it
事
was
故
an
で井戸
accident.
に落ちた君が錯乱して親友を疑ってるとか。
You fell into the well by yourself and the shock has made you paranoid or
この
delusional.
3案のどれかが操作っていうレースで勝ちを競うわけだ。勝ち馬は誰にもわからない。
These three possibilities will compete to see which comes out with the most convincing evidence. No one knows which will be the
こんな
winner.
博打に君は寝台潰すまでかける気かい？
Are you willing to bet everything you have on your truth? Whatever that was got asterisked out, bro. Koji has no response. Can he really explain with cold, clear logic what drove Fuminori to do what he did? How can he convince anyone else when he doesn't understand it
そ
himself?
して一番の問題は
I think this second half of the game is longer than I was expecting. Here's the biggest problem, Ryoko says calmly, cutting into Koji's
君が
thoughts.
そういうランチキ騒ぎに手こずっている隙に先坂文則を追い詰めるチャンスを逃すことだよ。
While you're raising hell with the police, we'll lose our chance to corner
身辺で火の手
Saki-Saka.
が上がれば彼は手遅れになる前にさっさと姿をくらますだろう。
He sees trouble coming, he'll
そ
go
う
into
やってま
hiding.
た万事が振り出しに戻る。
And then we'll be right back at square one. She pauses to take a bite of her sandwich before
私が
finishing.
王外を取り逃がしたように。
Just like when I let Ogai get away. A heavy silence falls upon them, with only the soft rustle of pages turning in Ryoko's hands to mark the passage of
教
time.
えてくださいよ先生。
Please tell me, Doctor. Koji says, his hushed voice breaking through the quiet.
あなたが警察を差し置いてまで処刑しようなんて思うほど、そこまで許しがたいことって何なんです？
Japan left many of their
あの
nationalists
地下室で
around.
何をやっ
That's
てた
why
ん
we
です
get
か？
some really funny history revisions in their history books. Ah, yeah, yeah. there is plenty of revisionism in Japanese history, yeah. What crime is so unforgivable that you're determined to take justice into your own hands? What exactly did Ogai do in that room down there? Once again, Ryoko ignores Koji's question. This time, however, Koji doesn't back down. His silent glare demands her attention as she pores through the documents before her. Yeah? After some time... I'm struggling with my lasagna here. Ryoko rearranges her papers and sets them aside, as though having come to some conclusion. She then turns her chair to face Koji for the first time since he awoke.
なあ、殿くん。
Listen, Tono. Her hard stare belies the calmness of her
君はこ
voice.
こいら辺で降りた方がいい。ナスカ日光の温泉でゆっくり羽を伸ばして、何もかも忘れる気になってから東京に戻ってきなさい。
You need to get out of this while you still can. There are a lot of fine hot springs around here. Go relax and don't return to Tokyo until you're ready to forget any of this ever happened.
忘れろ。
Forget. Koji feels anger rise
オー
within
は
him.
俺の恋人でした。文則は俺の親友でした。それを忘れろと。
Forget? Omi was my girlfriend. Fuminori was my best friend, and you're telling me to forget about them?
そうだ、忘れろ。これは提案じゃない。
Yeah, forget
警
about
告
them.
だ。
Ryoko replies coolly, rebuffing Koji's anger. This isn't a suggestion, it's a
今ま
warning.
ではどうであれ。これからの君の人生に、その二人は一切関わりを持たないだろう。断言してもいい。
Whatever they were to you, that's all over now. You'll never see them again.
じゃあ
Guarantee
つ
it.
くばは
Then what about Tsukuba? Koji shouts, unable to control
彼女は
himself.
どうなる？あの子は電話口で俺に助けを求めてた。どこかでひどい目に遭わされてたんだ。
You begged me to help. For help on the phone, something terrible was happening to her.
そりゃ何十時間前
How
の
many
話だ
hours
ね。
ago was that?
私が君を助けてから何時間経ったと思う。
You know how much time has passed since I saved you?
井戸の中の君があと何時間持ったと思う。
How much longer do you think you would have lasted down there if I hadn't? She shakes her head, then declares coldly.
彼女はとっくに死んでるだろう。誰もが君ほど幸運だなんて思わない方がいい。
She's already dead. Don't expect everyone to be as lucky as you.
あんたは
You heartless! Koji growls, unable to suppress his
あ
anger.
の井戸で俺の死体を見つけても、あんたなんとも思わなかったんだろうな。
If you'd have found me dead in that well, you wouldn't have thought anything of it, would you?
そりゃ覚悟してたからね。
She already told him
まさか生きて
that,
るとは思わ
right?
なか
That
った
she
よ。
was expecting him to be dead. I was prepared for that, of course, Ryoko says with a shrug, unfazed by Koji's ire. I hardly expected to find you alive. It is futile to argue with this woman, Koji realizes. Her values are fundamentally different from his own. Nothing he can say will ever move her. Koji ggets out of bed and stands on shaky
どのくらい
legs.
俺は寝てたんです。
How long have I been
ざっ
asleep?
と半日ばかり。消耗した後速やかに休息が取れるってのは羨ましいね。若いうちだけだよ。そういう無茶が効くのは。
About half a day, I envy your ability to recover so quickly. It's a privilege of youth, so enjoy it while it lasts. Koji looks at his watch and sees that it's 4 in the morning, which means that it was already early evening when Ryoko rescued him. He can't believe that he survived in that well for almost 2 days. Now that the gaps in his memory have been filled and his sense of time has returned, he realizes that it's already Sunday morning. Ryoko's right. A lot of time has passed since he spoke to Yo on the phone. Koji grabs a sports drink and 2 jelly packs from the bag of food. Hell yeah, some candy. What does he mean, jelly packs? What? Is it candy? Then heads for the door. His legs are still a little unsteady, but he can compensate for that with sheer
念のため
willpower.
聞かせてもらうが、どこに行くつもりだい？
Just to make sure, mind telling me where you're going?
東京へ。
Koji replies brusquely. His tone is hard as
つ
hers.
くばようはまだ間に合うかもしれない。彼女を助けに行きます。
Tsukuba might still be alive. I'm going to
人
save
の
her.
話を聞かないやつだね。
You
君は。
just don't listen, do
聞
you?
く耳持たないのはお互い様でしょ
I could say the same about you. That fucking smile. Koji is expecting Ryoko to watch him go with that cold, mocking smile of hers. Instead, however, she sighs heavily and rests her jaw in her hands.
もう少し待つ気はないか。こいつのどこかに。
Can you wait a little longer? Somewhere in here, she thrusts her chin at the mountain of papers in front
オ
of
ーガイ
her.
がサヤと名付けたものが何だったのか。 答えが隠されてるはずだ。
Is the answer to what this
そい
thing
つを
called
突き止め
Sai.
てちゃんと対策を講じてから動くべきだと私は思う。
I think you should wait until I figure that out and come up with a plan to deal with it.
筑波が死んでると決めてかかってるあんたなら当然そう思うでしょうね。
And with that, my hunger is sated. But before we get back into it, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Convenient timing. I will be right back, gamers. Alrighty, gamers, I'm back. Should have refilled my water bottle. I refilled my water bottle while I was up. Whatever, I'll do that later. You would think that since you're already convinced Tsukuba is dead. In truth, Koji is extremely uneasy about going it alone. At the same time, however, he knows that he mustn't depend on Ryoko. She's made it clear that she doesn't care about saving lives. Teaming up with her will only make it more difficult to salvage anything out of this
殿
nightmare.
君
Oh no, Ryoko calls just before Koji steps out of the door.
仮にも一度は殺されかかってるんだ。もう二度と殺されるな。
You almost got killed once already. Don't let it happen again. She picks something up from the table and tosses it to Koji. When Koji catches it, he feels its solid weight fill his hand.
これは
Koji stares at the menacing shape of cold metal. It's a revolver, the same one that was clenched in Ogai's skeletal fist.
あと4発入ってる。安全装置はない。引き金を引くだけで弾が出る。
Has 4 more shots. There's no safety, so just pull the trigger on fire. Or pull the trigger to fire. Why is there no safety
どこ
on
で
it?
どう使うかは君の判断に任せるよ。
How you use it is up to you. If Koji were his usual cautious self, he would not hesitate to reject the dangerous offering. The only time you truly need a gun is when all hope is lost. He'd prefer not to fight a losing war. And yet, without even knowing it, Koji has already set foot into Ryoko's world. Choosing instinct over reason, he accepts the small but deadly weapon and stuffs it into his back pocket. There is no question that Koji intends to save Yo and bring Fuminori to answer for his crimes. In the back of his mind, however, he can hear the footsteps of ruin approaching. When he steps out of the cabin's front door, Koji shivers at the wind, as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outside air is even colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. If he had been exposed to this chill all night long, he would surely have frozen to death. Koji finds 2 cars parked in the yard. The smaller car next to his must be Ryoko's. When he sits behind the wheel of his car, he gets some relief from the feeling that he has taken his first step, however small, back into his world. He sips the sports drink, wetting his parched throat, then washes down some jelly. What do they mean, jelly? His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 hours on empty, but he manages to force down the urges to vomit. Koji needs the energy. No matter how hard it is, he must regain enough stamina to overcome the challenges ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can handle, Koji leans back in his seat and takes a short break. When he begins to feel like himself again, he reaches into the back seat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. He never expected that carrying 2 phones would be such a stroke of luck. As he calls up Fuminori's number and prepares to hit send, Koji is overcome by a flood of emotion. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He is unable to decide what to feel towards his friend. However, there is no time to dwell on the past. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Koji refuses to consider that it may already be too late. He steels himself and presses the button, then holds the phone to his ear as it rings. The shrill sound seems to go on for longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminori's phone must be displaying the name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction will be when he sees it. The call goes through. In the silence on the other end of the phone, Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivers the first jab.
そんなに意外か、死人からの電話は。
What, weren't expecting a call from a dead man?
驚いたね。どうやって。
I'm surprised. How did you manage it? As Koji is about to answer, an idea suddenly comes
井戸
to
の
him.
底に仕掛けがあったのさ。地下の隠し部屋に行くためのな。
There was a secret passage in the well, Koji says, a plan forming rapidly in his mind. It led to a hidden underground lab. He pauses to let that sink in, then with satisfaction filling his voice, he
会えた
says,
ぜ。大貝正彦と。
I met Ogai Masahiko. Fuminori's gasp tells Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his voice bold, he decides to further exaggerate the
何
truth.
もかも分かった。さやってやつのことも全部。お前たちは終わりだよ、文則。
I know it all, everything about Saya. You're finished,
何
Fuminori.
もかもバラしてやる。ところ構わずにぶちまけてやる。証拠はちゃんと揃ってるからな。
I've got all the proof I need to blow this thing wide open. You won't even see it coming.
貴様は。
Isama! You son of a bitch. It's obvious from Fuminori's tone that rage has overwhelmed his reason. Koji's bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted, however, as Fuminori's response to the name Saya brings a cry of anguish from the corner of his heart that still wants to believe his friend can be saved.
咲坂君がこのサヤと呼ばれるものとすでに深く関わっているのなら
If Sakisaka is involved with whatever Saya is, Ryoko's words play back in his head, sounding even colder than before.
彼はもう引き返せないところまで踏み込
He's
んで
already past the point of no return. He mustn't allow emotion to sway him.
近江と筑波はどこだ。
Where are Omi and Yo? Koji suddenly switches topics, trying to keep Fuminori off balance. It all comes down to
俺に
this.
だって情けはある。お前の出方次第では考えんでもない。
Depending on your answer, I might be willing to cut you a deal.
お前がこれ以上誰も傷つけないというのなら、俺にしたことは忘れてやる。この別荘で見つけたことも。
If you swear not to cause any more harm, I'll forget about what you did to me and about what I found at the
俺
cabin.
だってこれ以上、お前とセヤに関わり合いを持つのは願い下げなんだ。
I don't want anything more to do with you and Saya anyway. All I want is for Omi and Yo to be safe. Omi and Yo. Fuminori's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted, and whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminori has been called out, and now it's time for him to show his hand.
来ていない。でもよは
I honestly don't know anything about Omi. She never came by my house. Yo, on the other hand. Fuminori pauses, then gives a knowing chuckle that sends chills up Koji's spine.
どうだかな。彼女自身が戻りたがるかどうか。
Well, I wonder if she'll really want to
お前のと
leave.
ころにいるんだな。
She's with you, isn't she? Koji is relieved to learn Yo's location, and that she is, at least, still alive. At the same time, however, he remembers that horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What has happened to her? How is she being
彼
treated?
女はね、念願叶ってようやく僕の持ち物になったんだよ。
Her wishes
お前と
finally come
ノーベル
true,
でもようやく実を結んだわけだな。
Fuminori says with venomous sarcasm. She's my property now. I guess you and Omi got what you wanted after all. Koji feels despair settle over his soul. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminori seek out and destroy every memory of the friendship they once
つ
shared?
くばを解放しろ。彼女の安全を確認したら、お前らについての証拠を破棄してやる。
My phone's buzzing, but I don't know over what. I got an email from eBay telling me that there are 30 people watching the 47-inch Toho Project Fumo Cerno pillow cushion plush doll stuffed toy gifts. That costs $235.70 for the 47-inch 4 feet tall fucking Chihiro Fumo. Anyway, let Tsukuba go. When I'm sure she's safe, I'll destroy everything I have on you
信
inside.
用できるか。そっちが先に。
How can I trust you? First, I
お
want
前
you
に
to.
選択の余地を与えるつもりはないよ、海野。
I'm not giving you a choice here, Fuminori. Koji instinctively realizes that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further.
後でまた連絡する。それまでによく考えておけ。
I'll call again later. You have until then to make up your mind. He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminori doesn't know that Koji is still at the cabin in Tochigi. Right now, he's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. You thought this game was banned for this? On Twitch? Nah. It's got its own category, I'm pretty sure. And there's plenty of VODs up if you search for it. I don't think it's banned. And the Steam version is mostly safe. Mostly. Which is weird sometimes, though. Yeah, from a brief search again now, there are VODs from like upwards of a year ago that are just still around, so yeah. And it's not explicitly listed under their banned games. Right now, he's probably worrying about whether Koji will show up in 1 hour or 1 minute. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminori's confusion. 3 hours, that's how long it'll take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji's afraid that his body won't carry him through such a long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighted down with lead. Although he knows that he has to stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace he had just a few days ago, when life or death struggles were the farthest thing from his mind. Back then he could never imagine himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment he feels himself becoming less like the person he was. When all of this is over, will he be able to return to his old life? Or will this change continue until it has consumed him utterly? Time is against him. Every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decides to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leans against the steering wheel and cries. And when his tears have run dry and his heart is calm, Koji starts up his car and drives away. Back to calming music. Just that very nasty, unpleasant things are shown there. I think, yeah, I mean, Twitch has a lot of games that show nasty, unpleasant things that are okay. Usually, it's mostly like a double standard, though, right? Usually, it's, like, AAA games get away with it while other stuff doesn't. But I'm pretty sure in this case, it's all good. Stare at the silent phone in my hand. But yeah, the Steam release, the only thing that's like not censored in the Steam release is like 2 instances of boobs. So that's probably why it's allowed. Is that they don't show anything other than like 2 instances of boobs. At least so far. There's the silent phone in my hand. There is anger, of course. But something cold and heavy holds my emotions in check. The sense of danger. To be honest, I'm surprised at how calm I am. Master? Yo looks up at me apprehensively, her head between my thighs. She was attending to me throughout the call. Phrasing. Do I need to get my sensor out in case there's another instance of boob? Just in case. Attending to me, he says. The remaining fragments of her memory seem to have joined together as she has regained some degree of speech. Upon realizing this last night, Saya began to teach her language once more. I assume she finds our pet's efforts amusing. Don't be mad, Yo will try harder. The pleasure from her ministrations threatens to impede my thoughts. But my arousal has already vanished. Yeah, I guess this is how, you know, how that slips on through. It's just words rather than, and not even particularly explicit words, right? Just vague references to the deeds that are happening. Rather than showing it, depicting it. First I consider making her stop. When I gaze into her puppy dog eyes, however, I begin to think differently. Thanks to Saya, I have a family once again. For the first time, I am becoming aware of the responsibility that places on me. I am now the head of the new Sakisaka household, as well as its only male member. It is my duty to protect, comfort, and ensure the happiness of the women living under my roof. Ladies and gentlemen, our protagonist. With that in mind, I know I mustn't show fear or confusion. That would only cause them distress. Continue. I entrust myself to Yo's eager touch. Fucking hell. Contemplating our current predicament with the other part of my mind. It is clear that I made a grave error when I failed to finish Koji off 2 days ago. Right now, I need to set my frustration and anger aside and deal with this problem logically. It's time to leave. I have no way of knowing when Koji escaped from the well, or how much he has learned, or how many people he has had contact with since then. Now that it is impossible to know how far the problem has spread, merely disposing of Koji won't guarantee our safety. When the enemy has poisoned your water supply, you can't take the risk that even one drop might remain. Your only choice is to stop drinking the water.
ねえ、ふみのり。
Saya, my
誰と話し
beloved.
てたの？
Fuminori, who are you talking to? Saya returns from the kitchen where she'd gone in search of a midnight snack. She's munching on her favorite, spare ribs. Purging myself of unease and impatience, I respond with a casual
ちょっと
shrug.
厄介なことになりそうだ。工事のやつが生きててさ。
Looks like we have a little problem. That bastard Koji is still
あら
alive.
ま。
Adama. By breaking the news suddenly and without any trace of anxiety, I am able to avoid frightening Saya. Instead, she is merely surprised. I knew that remaining calm would work. Moreover, I'm currently being pressured by Yo. It would be hard for anyone to get too serious under these
な
circumstances.
さや。僕たち、この家を引き払った方がいいかもな。
It might be best if we leave this house.
そうか。
Saya lowers her eyes and strokes her chin thoughtfully.
まあ、どっちみち鈴見さんの一家が消えたのがバレれば、この近辺も騒がしくなってただろうし、遅かれ早かれ、こういう日は来てたと思うよ。
This was bound to happen sooner or later. Even without Koji, it's only a matter of time before someone reports the Suzumi family missing.
うん。
Yeah, Saya nods. I can tell that she's reluctant to leave, but at least there is no sadness in her expression. Everything will be fine. I will protect my life with Saya, just as I have up until now. I have that power. Knowing that we've overcome one problem fills me with new
大丈
confidence.
夫。安心していいよ。さあ、じゃあ急いで支度しよう。
Now then, we'd better get ready. We can travel light and take the Suzumi family car. I'd better withdraw everything that's left in my bank account and carry it as cash. I'll also need a weapon, something more reliable than a butcher's knife. Koji will most likely follow. He thinks that Yo can still be saved. However, I am not abandoning this house just to run away. As long as Koji knows our location, we're stuck on the defensive. Leaving gives me the chance to regain the initiative and deal with him at a place of my choosing. The next time we meet, I'll kill him with my own two hands. I'll make sure to wring every last drop of life out of his body. A shiver runs through me as I anticipate the battle ahead, and my bloodlust burns like orgasmic fire. Incredible. Incredible phrasing. When Ryoko looks up, the morning sun is already streaming in through the window. Tired from hours of poring over files, she removes her glasses and massages her aching eyes. Her dreams are always filled with horror, yet the night she just spent was more nightmarish than them all. And it's not over yet. She has only just set foot on the threshold. As expected, the files left by Ogai Masahiko were not the sort that Ryoko could simply pick up and read. Fortunately, Ogai had been too old-fashioned to put his trust in electronic media. If he'd encrypted his files on a computer, then she'd have to find a hacker to decipher them. In fact, he had not employed any kind of code in his writing. That would have been too time-consuming by hand. The method of obfuscation he did was quite simple. Of the files Ryoko pulled from his underground lab, the majority turned out to be notes and theses from Ogai's days as a student. The important papers were the diaries and research notes that had been scattered throughout the piles of worthless scrap. At first, she was unable to understand the documents that she had found. Each sheet was covered with text on one side and blank on another. Each line was completely unrelated to the next, making it impossible to glean any meaning from the whole. The trick revealed itself, however, when she was sorting the pages that made no sense. She found that each line continued on the same line of a different page. In Ogai's diary, for example, the first day began on the first line, then continued not with the next line, but with the first line of the next page. Similarly, the second day was the second line, the third day was the third line, and so on and so forth. After filling all the lines on one set of pages, Ogai had torn them out and scattered them among his other files. There was no regularity on how the pages were numbered, of course. Unable to locate any sort of key or legend, Ryoko had no choice but to figure out the page order manual. Despite knowing that the task would be exhausting, Ryoko set to it valiantly. After separating all of those loose leaf sheets from the jumbled files, she began the painstaking process of linking pages together according to the contents of their first line. She found that Ogai had dismantled and scattered his diary each time he completed a number of days equal to the lines on one page, and had done the same with his research notes every 30 pages. The diary was much easier to restore because the entries varied in length. Period. And then, because the entries varied in length, later pages had a larger number of blank lines. The page with only one line, therefore, was the last page of the diary, and those with the most blank spaces could be considered closer to the end. Ryoko's perseverance had paid off, for she had already succeeded in restoring several volumes of Ogai's diary. As she reads them, she feels despair draining her spirit, as it has many times before. This cursed feeling of powerlessness that comes with knowing hidden truths. Those who have tested it once shall be beaten down by it again, or tasted it. And again, until the day they die. All secrets are connected, after all. Once you have glimpsed even the tiniest fraction of the world's true face, you have no choice but to watch in horror as the veil rolls itself back inch by inch. All that remains is to wait for the day when insanity will crush your reason under its ever-mounting. I've succeeded in communicating with the organism. It shows enormous curiosity, and its intelligence is beyond doubt. See research notes for confirmed vocal patterns and body language. Apparently a 1,000-page Google Docie has dropped. That's crazy. Damn. That's wild. I'm gonna have to... I got my whole night ahead of me, I guess. Going from reading this game to listening to someone else read out the important parts of a 1,000-page Google Docie. Fucking hell. This is crazy. Oh my lord. VTuber drama is fucking funny, dude. VTuber drama is fucking funny. Holy shit, that's silly. What happened? A VTuber got, like, her career essentially, like, ruined for a lot of just snake-like behavior, trying to buy out a artist slash 3D, 2.5D, live 2D modeler, rigger, both, I think, maybe both. And, you know, people that she was friends with and co-owned a company with, she viewed as competition and was trying to buy out her artist As in, like, be like, okay, you don't have to have exclusivity with me. I know that that's asking a lot, so why don't I just pay you every time that they approach you with a job? You just tell them no, and then you tell me, and I'll pay you for a job instead every time that they come to you. Like, really, really shitty behavior to do to someone that you are supposedly friends with, to go behind their back and just be shitty too. But she released like 6 months later, she released a 1,000 page Google document. Tweeted, "The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof." There are definitely some things with their framing of the document that are, you know, not great. The original, like, cancellation Google Docies that, you know, went on, but, like, she still definitely acted pretty shitty. I don't see how, you know, her perspective, her 1,000 pages of her side is going to make a big difference. 1,000 fucking pages! Jesus Christ, man. Its appetite for knowledge is insatiable, and learning speed is off the charts. However, it exhibits absolutely no desire to be recognized as an individual. Its ego appears to be quite weak, suggesting a psyche wholly unlike that of a human. The speed of the organism's linguistic development is astounding. When I laughed at its mispronunciations, it immediately picked up the concept of puns. Cinder, Sinder, is the VTuber I was talking about. Ever since it has been employing its entire vocabulary in an attempt to find puns that will make me laugh. Perhaps in a few days' time it will have learned enough language for us to communicate freely. The organism's command of spoken language is now sufficient to facilitate higher-level discourse. But although it has regaled me with questions all day, it remains unable to answer any of mine. Its replies suggest that it gained awareness only after materializing in this universe. It has no knowledge of where it came from. While I am disappointed the fact that it has reached this level of intelligence, only 1 week after starting to think tells me that there is no end to what I can learn from it. Hypothesis. It is not a naturally occurring organism, but was created by an even more sophisticated sentient life form. This would explain why it has no ego, yet possesses such a hunger for knowledge. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that was sent here from another world. It sure would be nice, but drama is good for people's careers. Not the people on the receiving end, obviously, but, you know, good for their career is also what motivated the shitty behavior in the first place that led to the drama. So, but yeah, it definitely seems like there's been a lot of really bad behavior lately in the VTuber sphere of people going out of their way to manufacture just the most petty bullshit to try and frame it as if it's real issues. This one I kind of get as being a real issue, but I don't think she really deserved to lose her career over it. I don't think she will lose her career over it, though. She's just been choosing not to stream since it happened. I'm sure if she just started streaming again, you know, some people would hate her, but she'd still have a career. Which, I mean, she probably will do, like, tomorrow or something, now that she's released a 1,000-page Google Doc. It's just absurd. Might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that was sent here from another world. Ryoko smiles humorlessly at for the umpteenth time since she started reading. How wonderful it would be if she could laugh the diary off as the delusions of a madman or the work of a science fiction author. Alas, she knows far too much when she thinks back to the many horrors that Ogai brought into her life. The words before her take on chilling credibility. I've confirmed that the organism's brain power far surpasses any human's. This morning, I taught it about prime numbers after I explained the Lucas-Lemmer test for Mersenne primes. It immediately began to list examples that it had calculated in its head. I was only able to confirm by memory up to number 10, M89, but it continued to list further examples without any trouble. I left it to its calculations, and when I returned a few hours later, I had discovered that it had written down more than 70 of them. Computers all over the world are currently working to calculate Mersenne primes. The last one I remember being found was the 39th, back in 2001. When I entered several of the results into my laptop and ran the Lucas-Lemmer test on them, I found that every one was correct. The same is no doubt true for the rest. After all, the organism has never shown the pathological need for respect that would lead it to lie about its accomplishments. I see no reason to doubt its veracity. Looks like she's appeared in person? Yeah, she's done some, like, IRL concerts, I think. She's very much like a quintessential English VTuber, which is to say she does not have much in the way of reservations about things that are taboo in the East. In the, you know, that are traditionally taboo for the industry. She does not give a shit. Which you can think of as a positive or a negative, but you know, I'm not going to watch her. Because I don't even know if she likes anime, honestly. For all, you know, given, at least my perception of the quintessential successful English VTubers like that, I you know, would not be surprised if she had only seen, like, 10 anime in her lifetime or something. Do you prefer when they don't show themselves? It depends. I think face, I definitely feel like they shouldn't do. But ultimately it's their career. I think those kind of, like, traditions exist for good reason, and I feel like them sticking around has a good benefit on the industry. And the more that they're broken, the more people put a pressure on others to also break those traditions, despite them existing for good reason. Would be my, you know, most nuanced take on it. I think if a VTuber wants to do a hand cam or even, like, show, like, up to her neck, I have no qualms with that whatsoever. Especially if they, like, actually look like their model, or if they put in the effort to, like, cosplay the character that is their VTuber, then, like, big ups from me. They put in effort. They aren't just, like, shitting out some fucking, you know, slop. Granted, if somebody, you know, doesn't put in effort and just has, like, a random hand cam as well, like, I'm not gonna judge them terribly harshly for that. They can do whatever they want with their career, right? But it's not going to get bonus points. Like, I'm not going to think positive. Like, I won't think negatively of them, but I won't think positively for them of it either, if that makes sense, right? Anyway. My current research is worth far more than any sum of money. I must keep it secret. The organism's computational speed exceeds that of even the most powerful supercomputers. I can only conclude that its cognitive faculties are beyond anything humanity can imagine. At the organism's request, we have begun a new field of study. Despite its immeasurable aptitude for mathematics, it now desires to concentrate on sociology and the natural sciences. Perhaps our math problems are simply too elementary for it. It has shown especially keen interest in the means by which organisms reproduce and multiply, as it possesses nothing that could be called emotion, I hesitate to use this description, but when it learned about DNA, it seemed somehow excited. In fact, the organism itself seemed surprised by its reaction. When asked about the nature of the impulse, the organism decided to label it instinct. If this description is indeed accurate, then this is an extremely significant development. It would mean that there is a deeper level to its psyche than just the knowledge it has acquired since coming to this world. If I can use this discovery to trace its roots, I might be able to learn what it truly is. Note, candidates for the plane and world of the organism's origin are discussed in my writings on the Silver Key. File is separate. The Silver Key is a Lovecraft story. I think, like, explicitly a Lovecraft story. Right? Let me look that up. The Silver Key. But that does imply that, yeah, short story by H.P. Lovecraft. But that does imply that that's how he summoned Saya into this realm. Onto our plane. I spent the whole day carrying books into its room. Apparently, the organism is no longer satisfied by the knowledge I am able to impart. It should come as no surprise, considering its linguistic prowess, but the speed at which it consumes text is astounding. The story continues for some time, chronicling the intimate relationship between Ogai and the organism. In the back of her mind, Ryoko imagines the old doctor climbing down the well in the middle of the night to hold congress with some inhuman creature in that bizarre laboratory. The image is disturbingly similar to the nightmares that have shattered the silence of many nights with their screams. What follows, however, makes even her worst nightmare pale in comparison. The organism has made a very strange request. This is the first time it has asked for anything other than food and reading material. I can hardly believe it, but it wants to consume the sperm of living creatures. This is separate from its desire for food. Once again, it is describing this impulse as instinctive. Now that it has declared itself a life form that requires the seed of males, it has begun to identify itself as female. After today, I suppose I shall have to start calling the organism a she. Is the personality that she has begun to exhibit really just an imitation created for her amusement? Ever since she started to immerse herself in our literature, she's been acting astonishingly human. She identifies herself as female, and already possesses an enormous store of cultural knowledge. Is she trying to create a human identity for herself based on these? I have seen her laugh, grow angry, and today she cried. Is she just copying our emotional displays? If not, then she is already. Is the soul something that any intelligent life form can acquire? I feel that I am witnessing something more mysterious than the genesis of life itself. Today is her birthday. Although it is a year late, I want to give her a special gift. Saya was the name of my mother's cat in childhood. She was my sole friend and my beloved. I decided long ago that if I were ever blessed with children, I would give this name to my daughter. Happy birthday, Saya. Happy birthday, Saya! Let this be the name of your soul. You have earned it. The ability that Saya has discovered in herself is showing more extraordinary results each day. I have no doubt that she is a kind of artist. What exactly is it that she created in her body from the rat semen I gave her? What the fuck? At this point, I can only surmise that it is a type of retrovirus, a reverse transcriptase enzyme that creates exactly what she desires. The rats that have been transformed by her art are so very beautiful now. The many enzymes secreted by her body and the various appendages she uses are discussed in detail in my biological observations filed separately. Here I will say this. By witnessing Saya perform her operations on several rats, I have gained much confidence in my theory that her body is designed specifically to manipulate the biology of other organisms. Ryoko looks grimly at the still unsorted mountain of research notes. When she finally manages to separate those papers, she will probably find the many other files mentioned in the diary. Ogai's biological observations, at the very least, she wants to look through those before facing this thing called Saya. Under no circumstances does she want to go into battle unprepared. She looks at her watch and sees that it is already 7 in the morning. Assuming Tono Koji made no stops, he should be arriving in Tokyo about now. Now that it's too late, she wishes she'd stopped that stubborn fool from leaving, even if she'd had to shoot him in the leg to do it. Koji pulls up 2 blocks away from the Sakisaka house and stares at the silent building. In the bright light of the morning, the house seems shrouded in dark miasma, like a black hole torn out of the landscape. Is it just a figment of Koji's imagination? Every window is closed, offering no glimpse of the inside. Koji has no way of knowing whether Fuminori is home. A pedestrian walks his dog down the street, glancing back at Koji through the windshield after he passes by. Koji isn't surprised by the attention. He hasn't bathed or changed clothes since spending his night buried in mud, so he must look like a vagrant even inside his car. When he looks into the rearview mirror, he sees the haggard visage of a man with 1 foot in the grave staring back at him. It's hard to believe that the tired, unshaven face is really his. If he stays here for too long, someone might report him to the police. He better pull himself together and get moving. He drives slowly up to the front of Fuminori's house, quickly checks to make sure no one is around, and gets out of the car. Anyone who might be in the house probably heard the sound of the engine, but there's no point in worrying about that now. Koji walks swiftly through the gate and yard to the front door. He puts his hand on the doorknob, forgoing the bell. The time for such pleasantries is past. The door is unlocked and the knob turns easily in his hand. He puts his ear to the door and listens for any sign of life. He's acting like a thief, he realized with some shame, but that is the least of his worries now. No sound from within. After checking the street again to make sure no one is looking, he quickly opens the door and disappears inside. An indescribable stink immediately assaults his nostrils. He is already prepared for anything. However, so rather than discourage him, the stench only sharpens his caution to a razor's edge. The time has passed. The time has come, and so have I. He has crossed this threshold many times in the past, and his memories of days spent here are still bright. So why does he feel the same ominous, blood-chilling aura that permeated Ogai's house and cabin? Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart as though a dear friend's grave has been defiled. Do the Japanese not lock the door? Yeah, they don't. For the most part, they don't. You're right. Apparently. You know, it's probably different if you live in, like, an apartment, right? But... yeah. Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart. That's what happens when you live in a place where crime is so, you know, low. What's the phrase? High trust society? Though I don't know if that actually, what that actually entails. High trust society. A high-trust society is one where people expect honesty, fairness, and reliability from each other and from public institutions, leading to economic prosperity, social cohesion, and democratic stability. Why is this only a term I've started hearing lately? Anyway. I got... what are you talking about? Huh? The typo might be the thing of obscuring my understanding, but I'm not sure. Okay. Koji doesn't remove his shoes before entering. He knows why he's here, and it's not to be polite. Every storm shutter is closed, filling the house with gloom, and he can see nothing but pitch black darkness through the open doors in the hallway. They aren't open. He should have brought his flashlight from the car, he thinks ruefully, then remembers that he dropped the light when Fuminori attacked him. It's still lying in the backyard of the cabin in Tochigi. The house might be empty, then again it might not. Each particle of the air seems charged with silent menace. Is his enemy lurking somewhere in the darkness? It's not hard to imagine Fuminori waiting for a chance to take him by surprise and finish what the well failed to do. Koji walks down the first floor hallway, then climbs the stairs and checks the second floor too. He moves slowly and carefully, keeping his senses sharp, but feels nothing watching him from the shadows. After completing his rounds safely, he is convinced that the house is empty. Don't lock the door. How did I get robbed? I mean, Japan's a place where, like, if you leave your wallet, if you, like, drop your wallet, someone's gonna return it to give it over to the police station, and there's a high probability that there will still be all the cash in your wallet, right? Is it illegal if somebody leaves their wallet? Is it illegal to use a credit card from their wallet? Is that illegal? I have to ask because, like, I don't know. It doesn't, like, if it's not theft, you left a bag on the train in Japan, and it was returned to you with everything still in it. That's good to hear. I assume. Yeah. Like, it being returned to in the first place is surprising enough, much less, like, everything being intact. Did he intend to draw the weapon upon encountering Fuminori? Now that Koji thinks about it, his own actions seem mysterious to him. What is he planning to do when he meets Fuminori? Will he lay into him with curses and epithets? Will he force him to turn himself in, or will he... It's called credit card fraud? Okay, but is it illegal? It's not in your name? Okay, but is it illegal? Like, it's definitely fraud, credit card fraud, and, like, if it's your credit card that's used, you can use it being credit card fraud to get the charges revoked, right? Yes, you're using someone else's property. I guess it's just interesting to think of, because it's not... is it considered theft if somebody leaves their wallet and you pick it up? Is it only become illegal when you use the card? It makes sense that it would be illegal. It does make sense. This isn't the time for such hopeless questions. If he keeps thinking he'll stop moving. If he stops moving, fear will paralyze him forever. His only choice is to keep marching on. He has to close the distance to his prey. In any case, Fuminori isn't home. What form their reunion takes will probably be decided at the moment of their meeting. I mean, if no one reports it. This is like, what, victimless crime logic? Or similar sorts of logic. Is speeding illegal? Maybe. But if no one catches you... But no, yeah. Another case of there being good reason for it to stay illegal. You could say the same about piracy, right? All Koji has to do is not hesitate when the time comes. Still, why does the whole house smell like stagnant water? It's been 3 months since Fuminori distanced himself from his friends. Just what kind of life has he been leading all this time? Koji enters the living room and feels along the wall for the light switch. The moment he flips it on, the answer to his question is revealed. One of the most popular VTubers is named Iron Mouse. Yes. Yes, she is. I think she is the most popular now, because the former most popular retired and then re-debuted under a new name, which has less inertia going for her at the moment, right? She'll take longer to rebuild that, like, subscriber count now that she... I think? Let me... Yeah. Saba only has 1.38 million. While if we go to twitch.tv/Iron Mouse, Iron Mouse has 2.4 million. Okay. I don't know, maybe she's not the most subscribed to VTuber then. She definitely, you know, like, probably is the highest gross earner, because she has done a lot of events where she, like, a lot of subathons. I think she broke the Twitch record for, like, before Kai Cenat did. She was the repeated person breaking the record for, like, highest active sub count. What? How far has Fuminori gone? Koji realized that this is the first time he has encountered Fuminori's insanity in visible form. Yeah, I think this is going to take like 6 hours when I thought it would take like 4 more. Damn. From the dust piled in the corners of the room, it is clear that the paint was not applied recently. How many nights has Fuminori spent surrounded by this maddening array of color? Why, if such obvious signs were available, why didn't Koji realize that something was wrong before it got this bad? Was he deaf to the dying screams of Fuminori's sanity? Was their friendship really so worthless? Dude, he painted over the TV. I thought Saya watched cooking shows. Where's she watching those if he painted over the TV? I was thinking making purchases, but I guess the better question to ask is, if you find a wallet and you use the money in the wallet, does that count as stealing? Like, impersonating someone with intent to mislead is a crime. Okay, I could see that being the justification. Yeah. I don't disagree that it should be illegal. I just wonder, like, what the justification for it is and where the line is drawn, I guess is what I'm saying, right? I feel like it would be they can prove they had cash. Huh. Interesting. Bing bum bum bing bum. Bing bum bum bing bum. The problem is prove it. Yeah, yeah. Which does seem rather impossible. Koji feels that he might have been able to save his friend. Perhaps he is arrogant to think so, but if so, it is arrogance born of kindness. Koji passes through the living room and opens the sliding door that leads to the kitchen. When he enters, he finds that the most disturbing of the house's many stenches is the strongest here. Blood. The room is redolent with the smell of countless layers of blood grown stale over time. He peers into the well-used sink. Around the rim, he sees faint brownish-red blotches that water alone couldn't rinse off. Even more obvious are the stains on the dish rag. Such stains are proof that the rag has been used and reused countless times. But could it have been used to only... But what could it have been used on to make that sickening burgundy color? Koji stares at the refrigerator next to the counter as though it were a monster waiting to swallow him whole. He stands motionless until he is able to work up the courage simply to touch it. Then he steels himself, grabs the thick handle, and opens the door. First, he'll check the freezer, then the refrigerator. The freezer is packed with frozen meat of varying shapes and sizes. As each piece is wrapped tightly and frosted over plastic, he can't tell what kind of meat it is. The meat in the refrigerator, however, has already been thawed for consumption. A fucking hand without fingernails and just guts. Bravo. For a while, he can only stare in disbelief at the 5 fingers beckoning to him from the back of the compartment. They are the long, slender fingers of a woman, their blushing tinge giving them the appearance of wax. Koji is unable to remember what Omi's hands looked like, even though he had kissed her fingers countless times. When he finished crying after his conversation with Fuminori, Koji promised himself that he would not cry again, and in fact, he does not. He regrets his decision, however. He indulged himself too early. He should have saved his soothing tears for this moment, for now he knows the truth. That truly nothing is sacred. At last his doubts about Fuminori have been utterly obliterated. This game is fairly similar to The Coffin of Andy and Lele, kind of, now that I think about it, right? Right? They're both games about taboo, deeply toxic, codependent relationships that involve cannibalism, in addition to those breaking of taboo and people withdrawing from society to further engage. I haven't played The Coffin of Andy Lynn lately. I'm just saying what I've heard about it, pretty much. But it sounds right? Right? They're like effectively the same thing, if you squint, except the one's about incest and the other's about lollies, I guess. Lolly, 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 get your adverb here. Koji pulls Ogai's revolver out of his pocket and wraps his hands around its grip like he would a charm. Its definite presence, its promise of merciful annihilation is the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He will surely use it to kill Sakisaka Fuminori. Not for revenge, not for justice, but to make this world once more a place governed by reason. For that purpose alone, he must eliminate the anomaly. He breathes deep, exhales, and lifts his hand before his face and stares at his spread fingers. Alright, he's not shaking. He is prepared to face his new objective. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He calls Fuminori. He calls Ryoko. So this is the second choice that you get in the whole game, and this is what determines the 2 endings. There's the bad ending earlier, but like that's the 3rd ending, but not like a real ending because it just, cuts the story short, and yeah. If you call Ryoko, then you are, successful. If you, as Koji, I say, call Ryoko, then you are successful in your fight against the horrors. But if you call Fuminori instead, which I will do because I want to get the good ending, what I view as the good ending. Although it's not particularly happy for anyone still. But that's, it's a horror game. What do you expect? It's a horror story. It's time to finish this. Just as he promised earlier, Koji calls Fuminori again. The call goes through immediately. Fuminori must have been waiting for him. Hey Koji, where are you? What difference does it make? As soon as Koji responds, a shrill ringing fills the house. Startled, Koji spins around and looks into the hallway. The house phone is flashing to signal an incoming call. This time, he was the one who was played. See, I figured you'd be at my house. Koji fell for it. Fuminori is the one calling the house, and now he knows exactly where Koji is. He must have predicted that this would be Koji's first stop and that Koji would call him upon finding it empty. So I guess you've already seen everything. Yeah, Koji keeps his voice bold to conceal his horror. When did Fuminori become so...
しばらく会わないうちにえらく悪食になったらしいな。
Looks like you've become quite the meat eater since we last met. Just how many people have you killed?
いや、僕はまだ一人だけ。
Actually, I've only killed one so far, Fuminori replies unapologetically, his tone upbeat.
買いたいだけなら3、4人ってとこかな。かなり慣れた。剣を切ったり血抜きしたりとか。
Taking apart 3 or 4 though, I'm getting pretty good at removing the tendons and draining the blood and such. There's the good ending and the funny ending. Which one do you find funny? Is this a funny ending? I don't think so. There's Saya's Bloom. There's Fuji and Ryoko succeed at fighting off the horrors. And since I'm not gonna play through it, I might as well just spoil it, right? But Ryoko dies in the process, and Koji is left traumatized by piercing the veil and seeing things that he never should have seen. He lives out, you know, the rest of his life, however long that ends up being, haunted by the specter of Ryoko and the horrors he saw, unable to re-enter society, plagued by paranoia and fear. His only comfort is the gun remaining at his side with a single bullet to end it all, should the horrors prove too terrifying to go on living. That's certainly not a good ending. Saya's Bloom we'll get, so I'm not gonna... Yeah, he was Cthulhu. He became a Lovecraft protagonist in that ending. Saya's Bloom I won't go on about because we're gonna get it in less than an hour here. And then the third ending is you ask Saya to cure your illness, your, you know, meat vision, and she does, but then you go to... You get put in a psych ward for the rest of your life because they find human meat in your fridge. And nobody believes you when you tell them about Saya. And then she says goodbye through a cell phone, like, you know, types out a goodbye message, and then leaves to go find her father, and you never see it again. You live out the rest of your life in a white room in the psych ward. So, I'll say there aren't really any good endings, but I like the Bloom one. So we'll go for the Bloom ending. It's still not good, but, you know, at least 2 characters are happy, even if it's not really good. Koji no longer feels sadness or horror when faced with Fuminori's inhumanity. There is only the cold desire to kill the creature speaking such revolting words with his friend's voice.
オウミを殺したな。知らないっていうのは
Lowest
嘘だ。
possible body count? No, I think it has the highest possible body count. They just aren't named characters, so it doesn't matter. You killed Omi, didn't you, you bastard? You were lying when you said you hadn't seen her.
どうなんだろう。
I wonder. Fuminori mutters, seeming somehow embarrassed.
正直言うとね、最初に食べたのがもしかしたらオウミだったかもしれないんだな。
I guess the first one I ate might have been Omi. It was the same day she disappeared, come to think of it.
誰の死体かなんてわからないありさまだったからさ。
The body wasn't in any shape that I could identify. Koji had already abandoned hope, but it's still a shock to hear of his lover's brutal end.
つくばもか。
Tsukuba 2?
いや、彼女はちゃんとここにいる。僕だってバカじゃない。
I didn't kill her, but I did eat her. Yeah. Fuminori says with an exacerbated chuckle. She's here, like I promised. I'm no fool. I need her to trade with you, right? I won't waste it.
声を聞かせろ。
Let me hear her voice.
それはちょっと無理かな。口を聞けるような状態じゃないから。
I don't think that's possible. She's in no shape to talk. Fuminori's dismissive words sharpened Koji's bloodlust. Why is the dialogue so quiet now, compared to the music?
言ったはずだぞ。彼女を無事に解放しないなら。
You don't let her go
生きて
unharmed.
るだけでもよしとしてくれよ。それとも完全に死体になったようが欲しいか。
You'd believe someone if they said that? Yeah, I think he's probably believed. Yeah. It's so, you know, detached. He just doesn't care. Come on, be happy that she's still alive, or would you rather have Yo as a corpse?
確認するがコージ。お前は集めた資料のすべてを証拠ともども持ってこい。
Get this straight,
その内
Koji.
容を見て納得できたら僕らはよう引き渡す。
You bring your evidence along with all the files you've gathered. When I'm satisfied that they're the real thing, I'll hand Yo
Neither.
over. Fine. It's so obvious that this deal is a sham. In all likelihood, Fuminori is planning to kill him and bury his secrets forever. Moreover, Koji doubts that Yo is even alive. Her meat could very well be somewhere in the refrigerator right in front of him. However, Koji isn't particularly interested in Fuminori's true intentions. After all, he has no intention of making a trade either. His only goal is to get close enough to destroy Fuminori and whatever is pulling his strings. Where?
お前が僕を尾行してきた大貝教授の家、覚えてるだろう。今夜7時にそこで落ち合おう。一人でも。
You remember Dr. Rogai's house, the one you followed me to? Let's meet there tonight at 7. Come alone. Oi. Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response. Perhaps Fuminori too has sensed his opponent's intent. If so, then he has realized that Koji is not just the hunted, but the hunter as well. Who are like duelists maneuvering for advantage. Koji smiles grimly as he pockets his phone. It's astounding how much their relationship has changed. What's the MC's body count? I mean, currently he's only killed one person. As he said, he killed the guy that was assaulting Saya. But Saya has killed a lot of other people. Just the man who thrusted the Cthulhu lolly against her will? Yeah, just that guy. He thought he had killed Koji as well. He did push him down a well with the intent of killing him. But let it be known, Saya did nothing wrong. Even if she's the one that actually killed them, like, she's a fucking, like, alien, dude. She doesn't think it's wrong to kill. And so it's not really her fault. Right? You get me? She is truly innocent. I don't mean, like, that she did nothing wrong. I mean that she is an innocent being that does not, you know, understand our moral framework, really. So... she has innocence in her. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's sort of serious negotiation, then it would be wise to avoid preempting Fuminori in any way that could provoke his anger. What Koji and Fuminori are really doing, however, is trying to lure each other into a deadly trap. One murder, one attempted murder, and many accessories to manslaughter, yeah. Vampire logic applies here, but you still try and slay vampires. Yeah. Koji doesn't know what Fuminori plans to do between now and then, but he's not about to let his enemy keep the fierce bloodlust that has taken root in his heart is more than enough to energize his exhausted body. Koji leaves the death pill. He is still like the goat of vampire fiction. Cheeky, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10! Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. The proposition was always too dangerous to consider given my inability to recognize roads and cars. Things have changed, however. In 3 months I've had to adapt to my condition. I know what cars and pedestrians look like now, and even though I can't exactly see colors, I've learned to decipher lights and turn signals. I still can't read the street signs, of course. Nevertheless, I managed to make it safely to our destination with Saya and Yo in the back seat. It was Saya who came up with the idea for our new hideout, an abandoned building she discovered while living with Dr. Ogai. In these hilly suburban residential areas, it's not hard to find thick patches of undeveloped forest just off the beaten path. Saya's old playground is located in one such secluded area, unaffected by the flow of everyday life. It used to be a privately operated sanatorium hidden among the silent trees. After the owners went bankrupt, it remained unsold and was eventually forgotten. There's a lot of abandoned houses in my general area. None that are formerly sanatoriums, but I do, think could live in them. And probably plenty of people do. At least, temporarily set up a tent inside the broken building. Broken, abandoned building with its windows smashed in and whatnot. A lot of abandoned sanatoriums for some reason. Probably because we don't really think of sanatoriums as good mental health care anymore. I don't think they really ever were taking good care of the mentally ill, and as a society we care a lot more about the mentally ill and not abusing them now. Squatters and people who go ruin exploring, yeah. After I left Sai and Yo at the hideout, I returned to town to make some preparations. Now I'm finally back at our new refuge. I liked this ruin from the moment I saw it. Mountains of construction material and garbage litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. This place looks even less likely to receive unwanted attention than our house. Since my brain sees humans as revolting monsters, places they've been tend to stink or seem covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these, long empty of life, are the places I find the most restful.
Tadaima.
I'm back. I call out to let them know I'm not a stranger. Then I go down to the basement where they're hiding. Saya, my beloved. Welcome back. Were you okay with the car?
全然問題ない。一方通行の標識もどういうのか分かったし。
Wonder if you can go urban exploring legally.
走っても大丈夫だよ。
Yeah, I don't know. I used to watch a lot of videos of Russians doing urban exploring in abandoned sectors or formerly abandoned cities, that kind of thing. It does sound like shit straight out of a horror movie, right? Not specifically Chernobyl. That would be straight out of a horror story, right? But yeah, that stuff's always very interesting to watch, even if it's probably not legal. I figured out how to tell which roads are one way. As long as I keep my speed down, there's nothing to worry about. So how are things here?
一通り調べたけど、やっぱりあれからずっと人が来た様子はないみたい。ここは安全だよ。
There's no sign that anyone's been here since I found this place, so it...
そうか。ならいいんだけど。
Let's hope it stays that way. I'm a little worried that this abandoned building could become a hangout for biker gangs or homeless people.
多分表に積み上げてあるゴミのせい。あれ普通の人間にはちょっと耐えられないんじゃないかな。
Probably because of all the trash piled out front, most people won't get anywhere near that, don't you think? I guess. It doesn't bother me at all. I rather like it, in fact. But of course, normal people would feel different.
で、文則の買い物はいいの見つかった？
How was your shopping? Did you find something good? I sure did. Look at me and my flesh axe. I gotta take a screenshot of this too. It's so good. We did it. What is the flesh that hates, by the way? I've seen people say this a lot in reference, well, when talking about Saya, usually. But I don't know what it is. I assume it's something that's vaguely Guro-y. The flesh that hates. What? It's a SCP thing? SCP-610, infected individuals are and a converted environment. Visible are an animate infected and inanimate infected, a non-human infected, and several unknown. I guess it just does the meat vision to things is what this is the flesh that hates, is what the SCP is. It just makes things into shit like this. I proudly unwrapped the weapon I just bought from the camping goods store. A 1 meter long wood axe. The biggest and sturdiest I could
刃
find.
渡り15センチ以上のナイフは銃刀法違反だなって張り紙してあるのに、その隣でこんなもの売ってるんだよ。お笑いだよね。
I like that this was right next to a sign saying that long knives are illegal. Seems like you could do way more damage with one of these. Yeah, huh. I grip the axe with both hands, testing its dependable weight, then swing it like a baseball bat. The deadly steel blade sweeps through the air right where a person's neck would be. Yo, who's sprawled out on the floor, flinches at the sound and curls herself into a ball.
切れ味とかどう？イオで試してみたら？
How sharp is it? Want to test it on Yo?
いや、
I don't think that's a good idea. I definitely wasn't expecting Saya to suggest anything so brutal.
心配いらないよ。今のようの体だったら刃物とかの傷は割と簡単に治っちゃうから。
You don't need to worry, her new body can heal pretty easily from cuts and such.
いや、それにしたって痛いだろ。
I'm sure it'll hurt.
そっか。うん。
I
そうだ
guess you're
ね。
It must have slipped her mind completely. She smiles at the oblivious Yo, as if to hide her embarrassment, and says,
でもさ、痛くされた時のようの声ってそれはそれで可愛いよね。
But her screams are pretty adorable, don't you think?
いや、やっぱり人間に斧で切りかかるってのは気が引けるよ。
I just wouldn't feel right using an axe on a human.
そうなの？じゃあ、コウジさんは？
Then what about
そ
Koji?
りゃだって、
That's easy. It should be obvious, but I guess that Saya still doesn't understand.
やつは僕には人間に見えないから、切ろうが潰そうが平気なもんさ。
Yeah, I don't see him as human. I'll have no trouble cutting him to pieces. It's, you know, the meat vision.
そんなに違うんだ。
And she does not get it at all. That really makes a
そうさ。
difference.
人間には良心があるからね。
Humans have a conscience, you see.
どんなに憎い人間だろうと、人を殺すと思うとブレーキがかかるもんだ。
No matter how much you hate someone, you can't help but think
そこが僕の
twice about killing them. That's how I'll win.
本当に？
Really? Saya seems awfully subdued. I guess she's concerned about what'll happen when I have it out
体
with
格じゃ
Koji.
あいつが上だし、普通に喧嘩したんじゃ勝ち目は薄いかもしれないけどね。
He's bigger and stronger, so I might not have much of a chance against him in a straight-up fight.
でも、僕にとっての化け物退治が、あいつにとっては人殺しなんだ。こいつは大きいよ。あいつはきっと、最後の瞬間で隙を見せる。
But what's just slaying a monster to me is murder to him. This is big. He'll definitely hesitate when it counts.
なんだか不安なんだよね。そういう心理戦っていうの確実じゃないっていうか。
I'm a little worried, Saya says softly, staring at the floor with unusual gravity. You can never be sure how someone will react. It's dangerous to rely on that. She raises her head and looks straight at me.
やっぱり私が買った方が良くない？
Don't you think it'd be better if I hunt him? I appreciate Saya's consideration, even though it could be interpreted as lack of faith in me. She's still putting my safety above hers. Nevertheless, I can't accept her heartfelt
サヤ
suggestion.
の腕力だとさ、ヨウみたいな女の子なら楽にねじ伏せられるだろうけど、男を相手には厳しいと思うんだ。
With your strength, you might be able to overpower a girl like Yo, but I think it'd be hard for you to take down a guy. The bitter memory of Saya's rape is still fresh in my mind. Saya falls silent for a moment, seeming to understand what I'm thinking, but then comes right back to stubbornly press her case.
でもね、あのおじさんも最初の不意打ちはうまくいったの。大抵の人間はね、作用を見たら力が抜けて動けなくなっちゃうんだよ。
My first attack went fine, though. Most humans go limp as soon as they see me. You know, thinking about it too much is silly, but you wonder what his brain's meat vision translates. Like if he grabs non-existing veins on his axe or a knife, but it's not actually there. Yeah, I think it would just be like he feels it, but he would feel it, but you know, if it wouldn't actually be there, right? His hand would just like move through the vein, or maybe if he tried to squeeze it, it would just move. It would appear to move in his fucked up vision.
病院だってそうだった。平気で話しかけてきたのって文則だけだよ。
You were the only one who could talk to me.
まあ、それも一理あるかもな。
Guess you have a point. I can't imagine it personally, but I suppose it's possible that Saya's appearance is shocking enough to make someone lose their nerve. Kazumi was able to gain the advantage because he had the same condition as me, which let him see Saya as a cute girl. Fear doesn't necessarily make people weaker, however. Depending on the situation, it can even send someone into a berserk rage and make them harder to put down. In other words, such a tactic would be the same sort of gamble that Saya's worried
じゃあさ、さ
about.
や、こういうのはどうだろうか。
Alright, Saya, how about this? When I tell Saya the new plan that just popped into my head, her gloomy frown turns into a bright smile.
それめえやん。文則って頭いい。
That's perfect. You're so smart, Fuminori. Would his brain compensate and now he moves part of the object that's actually there? Yeah, I mean, I wonder. I mean, he sees Saya as a girl, despite Saya probably having a lot more than 4 limbs, right? And it seems to compensate for it.
何もそこまで。
It's not exactly a great plan, but I guess the fact that it lessens the risk to me is enough to excite her. She's so easy to please, but that's part of what makes her so cute.
で、いつ頃来るの浩二さん。
The wind's Koji
今朝
coming.
あれから電話があってさ
I、mean, them just being in this
とりあえ
meat
ず関係ない
basement
場
is
所
a
に
bit
誘い出した。
foreboding, right?
少し
Even if
じらして
they're,
や
you
ろうと
know,
思って
keeping
ね。
up their usual lovey-dovey antics. Got a call from him this morning. For now, I've sent him on a wild goose chase. I'm thinking I should shake him up a
やっぱ
little.
り暗くなってからがいいよね。
It'd be best to take care of him after it's dark, don't you
Ah.
think?
頃合いを見計らってここに誘い出して仕留めよ
The time is right.
う。
I'll
ここ
lure
な
him
ら
here
誰
and
にも
finish
気づか
him.
れないからね
You。won't have to worry about witnesses.
せっかく人間一人分の肉が仕入れられるのに、ここだと腐らせちゃうね。
We're finally gonna get more human meat. Too bad it's just going to rot without a
他の動
refrigerator.
物を誘う餌にできないか。野良猫とかカラスをおびき寄せてさ。
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, our protagonist. He is completely lost. Why don't we use it to trap other animals? It could be bait for stray cats or crows.
それ危ないよ。万が一取り逃した時、よそに持っていかれて他人に見つかったら大騒ぎになるよ。
It's too dangerous. If an animal gets away with the meat, someone might find it and wonder where it came
そ
from.
っか。
Good point.
それもそうだ。
Humans are extremely dangerous, and their filthy, stinking bodies make me sick just by being nearby. Ironically, however, nothing tastes better than their meat. I truly regret having to abandon our well-stocked fridge.
まあ、この辺だ
That's
と
what he
森にも
regrets,
いろいろ
not
と住んでるか
having
ら
to eat them.
そんなに食事には困らないんじゃないかな。
Forest around here is full of animals. I don't think we'll have any trouble finding
3人
food.
分だよ。大丈夫かい？
We have 3 mouths to feed, are you sure?
任せて。これでもさや、 狩りは得意なんだから。頑張っていっぱい捕まえてくるよ。
Leave it to me. I may not look it, but I'm a pretty good hunter. I'll be sure to keep us well fed.
じゃあ今日からはサヤが一家の大黒柱だな。
Looks like you're going to be the breadwinner of this
へ
family.
へ。
Saya giggles happily at my praise. I find these childish qualities of hers adorable.
今度はどのぐらいのんびりできるかな。
I wonder how long we'll be able to relax this time. Because of the casual way she says it, I almost miss the emptiness to which her question leads.
どのぐらいかな。
Yeah. Saya's right. This won't last forever. No matter how safe this hideout might seem, we still have to abandon it eventually. The slightest mistake could put our life together in jeopardy. Just like when I failed to silence Kushi. Okay, there's an ad break going. I'm gonna grab some water. Throat is sore. We're getting very close to the end. You're not seeing commercials? That's good. For the better. Saya or Psy Ops. There is a VTuber that has taken that as her branding. There's at least one. Some dumb kids might decide this old ruin is a good place to test their courage, or this land might be targeted for new development. In order to be together with Saya, I have chosen to live apart from society. We will never find lasting peace in this world teeming with humans, not unless we can somehow escape.
長い旅だと思えばいいさ。
Think of it like going on a journey, just the two of us. I pull Sai into my arms and fold my hands around her slender shoulders.
どうせ人生なんて旅みたいなものなんだ。永遠に変わらない場所なんてない。
Life is like a journey anyway. Nothing stays the same forever.
時の流れを見送るか、自分自身が流れていくか、それだけの違いだよ。
The only difference is whether time passes you by or sweeps you up in its flow.
そうだよね。
Yes, you're right, Saya smiles softly, perhaps in resignation, perhaps in sadness. Either way, there is peace and contentment in her expression.
それでも一人ぼっちじゃないし。だからさやは寂しくなんかないよ。ふみのりもそうだよね。
ああ。
We'll be together, so I'm not lonely. You're not lonely either, are you? No. I have no regrets. As long as I can hold Saya in my arms, I will gladly pay any price.
それにね、
And besides, she adds brightly, trying to
い
cheer
つ
me
か
up.
は私たちが人目を忍んで暮らさなくてもよくなる日がきっと来るよ。
One
そ
day
れ
we won't
は
have to hide
約
anymore.
束してあげるから。
I can promise you that. It sounds like a fairy tale, but for some reason, she seems absolutely certain.
それは明日かもしれないし、ずっと先のことかもしれない。
That day might be tomorrow, or it might be far off in the
いつ
future.
印が来るのか私にもわからないの。
It's my first time, so even I don't know when the sign will come.
ほんのちょっぴり
I'm a little
怖いんだけど
scared.
ね。
I have no idea what Saya's prophetic words mean, but this isn't the first time that she's said or done something mysterious. She's performed any number of miracles
僕ら
already.
にも希望があるのかい。
So there's hope for us too?
うん、
He says with a cheerful nod.
きっとそれがさやが文則に送ってあげられる最後のプレゼント。さやの最初で最後の務め。
It'll be my last present to you, Fuminori, my first and final duty. Koji has nothing to do but wait. He has spent almost half a day in the dark, empty study, breathing stale air choked with mold as he strains his ears for the slightest hint of movement below. Few people could endure such a vigil, but Koji has accomplished it without complaint. If anything, the suffering is welcome, for it keeps his nerves honed to a razor's edge. Without a doubt, his single-minded focus is the only thing allowing him to push the limits of his stamina. Koji understands this and embraces the pain. His closest friend has shattered his world like glass, and now Koji feels only hate towards the madness that has replaced it, and towards himself for allowing it to happen. Self-loathing is a more reliable source of willpower than any faith or resolve, no matter how noble. When he arrived at the Ogai house, Koji snuck inside carefully, hoping to perhaps take his enemy by surprise. It was only after he got inside that he realized the house was still abandoned. Even so, Koji was sure that Fuminori would arrive earlier than promised in order to set up an ambush. However, the light streaming through the window turned red and faded to darkness with no sign of anyone coming. Koji's patience has grown weaker and weaker by the moment. And now, the appointed time has arrived. Just as Koji's frustration is about to peak, his phone begins to vibrate and flash. It's from Fuminori. He's calling rather than showing up himself. Rage threatens to overwhelm him for an instant, but Koji manages to keep his voice calm.
どういうつもりだ、文則。
What's going on here, Fuminori?
まさか待ち伏せなんていう無駄なことをして神経すり減らしてないか。お前のことが心配になってさ。
Well, I was worried that you might be wasting energy on something silly like planning an ambush, Fuminori says, chuckling scornfully.
そろそろ本当の待ち合わせ場所を教えておかなくちゃと思ってさ。
It's kinda late, but I guess I should tell you the real meeting place before you lose your mind. Did I make it in
ふ
time?
ざけた真似を。
まあ、
Bitch.
当然の用心だろ。
Come on, don't get mad, I'm just being careful, right? Fuminori laughs with unrestrained malevolence, as though to emphasize that he's seen through Koji's
お前が
plans.
大貝教授の家まで来てるんなら、そこからほんの少し先、歩いていける距離の場所だよ。僕とヨウはそこにいる。
Assuming you're at Dr. Ogai's house, there's a place nearby within walking distance. Yo and I are there.
まずは車に戻ってカーナビを見ろ。ドクロ番長教えてやるから。
I'll give you the address. You should be able to find it in your car's
今度こ
GPS.
そ信用できるっていう保証は。
You have proof this isn't another
疑
trick?
わしければ来なくていい。尻尾を巻いて逃げるがいいさ。
If you're that paranoid, you don't have to come. Just turn tail and run. Fuminori hangs up immediately after speaking his challenge. Koji leaps out of his chair and kicks it across the room, unable to find any other outlet for his rage. He has no choice but to do what Fuminori says. His stamina is already exhausted. Only his obsession is keeping him going. If he allows himself even a moment's rest, he fears that he'll never again find the strength to face the madness. Tonight is his only chance to kill Fuminori. Koji knows, of course, that his enemy is planning to ambush him. Fuminori isn't going to fight fair. But then, neither is Koji. With the unsteady stride of a man half asleep, Koji leaves the Ogai house and heads for his car. Only the base of these foothills has been developed for housing. The address Fuminori gave Koji is outside of that area, in the thick forest that still covers the mountain's face. His car's GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. Wicked car CG. You think that's a Honda? Mercedes? I don't know, bro. Probably a Honda. It's definitely a place that no one could find, not even by accident. Maybe this next stop really will be the last. Koji drives up the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind, even though the hand of progress are right at its doorstep. The undeveloped forest is darker than he expected. This looks like a great place to live in secret or to kill someone and hide the body. Places like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in deep jungles and hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. A broken down gatepost suddenly appears in Koji's headlights. like a ghost rising from the darkness. It looks like this is the final stop. He rolls up to the gate and turns off the engine, giving himself to the silence. His phone starts ringing almost immediately. He doesn't need to check who it's
着
from.
いたぞ。
ああ、聞こえてた。ようこそ我が新居へ。
Welcome to my new home. Fuminori is nearby, close enough to hear the sound of the engine. A shiver of excitement shoots up Koji's
中に入っ
spine.
てこいよ。ようも待ってる。
Up inside, Yo's waiting. Fuminori hangs up without another word. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking that the revolver is still in his pocket, Koji opens the door and gets out of the car. Mounds of trash litter the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. Koji sees everything from small refrigerators and mopeds to huge chunks of concrete and plaster that must have been abandoned by construction workers. The fact that they could get away with leaving all this stuff behind shows just how remote this place is. The moon is brighter than usual, allowing Koji to walk through the front yard without tripping on debris. Staying alert, he heads for the building beyond the mountains of trash. Something must be buried underneath the piles of garbage because the whole yard is filled with a sharp stink of chemicals. Even the homeless probably wouldn't come to this place. If you need to get out of the wind and rain, there are plenty of shelters more suitable. How many times now has he stood like this alone in some ominously silent place far removed from his everyday life? Sneaking into deathly quiet houses to find traces of unimaginable happenings has become as normal as going to class. The houses that he explored before were like freshly shed cicada shells, empty and dilapidated, but with traces of the life that they had sheltered. This place, however, is different, a perfect ruin, its walls and pillars rising from the dark forest like an army of ghosts with no sign at all that the people once lived and worked here. Food talks make you think, what are the real food groups we need to eat if the food pyramid was a lie? It's up to you. It's pretty optional, I mean, like, so long as you get vitamins. And try and relax now, think maybe horror isn't the best idea for you right now. It's alright. If, you're curious about the ending, then the VOD will exist. So, no worries. Hopefully you can get some good rest in and won't be plagued by nightmares. Nightmare. Yeah, take care. Catch you next time, Morganite. Walls and pillars rising from the dark forest like an army of ghosts with no sign at all that people once lived and worked here. The structure resembles a skeleton more than a shell. Time and the elements have stripped it of its former shape, and now there is only death. Koji has gone as far as he can. This must be the final stop. What will Fuminori's next move be? He must be planning to kill Koji, but how? Just as he's about to turn on his flashlight, Koji reconsiders. If he wanders around with the light on, he'll be broadcasting his exact location. That will give the advantage to Fuminori, who's probably lying in wait for him right now. He holds the light before him in his left hand with his fingers poised on the switch. In his right hand, he raises the revolver, keeping it pointed in the same direction. Now ready to fire when he turns on the light, Koji steps quietly into the dark room. It takes a while for his eyes to adjust, but even when they do, he has only moonlight streaming through the empty windows to guide him. Everything appears gray and indistinct. However, Fuminori has to deal with the same conditions if he's hiding here. This is the battle of nerves, exhausting and deadly, where the first to make a sound and give away his position will lose. The rooms on both sides of the hallway are all open, some are even missing their doors. Koji creeps up to each entrance, checks to make sure no one is inside, then carefully proceeds on. The stink that he noticed in the garden has changed. Now it smells more organic, like rotting meat. It's the exact same smell that filled Fuminori's house. Squish. Koji freezes and stares down the hall. It's a wet sound that he heard just now, like someone dragging their feet through a swamp. and it came from the room at the end of the hall. Something is there, something alive. Koji creeps towards the sound, his light and gun at the ready. Squish, squish. Now it sounds like someone is squeezing mud through their fingers. And as he gets closer, Koji begins to hear breathing. Could it be Fuminori? No, that's impossible. He should be waiting for a chance to ambush Koji, not making careless noise. As he proceeds, the strange sound comes through the cracks in the concrete walls. Coming through the cracks in the concrete walls grows clearer. Before he knows it, he is standing on the threshold. The room is filled with a thick, viscous darkness, just like every other room that he's passed. There is more than just darkness, however. Something is in there. He can hear pained breathing, like that of a wounded animal, and what sounds like sobbing. Sobbing?
誰だ
Who's there? Koji whispers into the darkness. Now that he's given away his position, he might as well turn on his light. For some reason, however, Koji feels that to do so would have disastrous consequences. The last time I heard her voice on the phone, she was sobbing. The wheezing suddenly stops. And then... Koji... A whimper comes out of the darkness, though not a human voice, not by any measure. It speaks some blasphemous semblance of human words. A nightmarish flash of insight connects the dots in Koji's mind. Tsukuba. It can't be. Yo doesn't sound like this. She doesn't smell like this. Please, Koji, kill me. But if it's not Yo, then how does it know his name? Why is it begging him for help? No, it can't be Yo. She's human, not some creature that slithers and hides in the shadows. It hurts. This body always hurts. Save me, Koji. The thing wriggles closer. His reason cries out, imploring him to switch the light on before it's too late, or turn and run if he cannot. But Koji is unable to make either choice. He can only call out in vain to the amorphous shape in the darkness. You, Tsukuba?
まさかつくばなのか
Is it really you? Let me die. No more, please. Kuroshite! Something soft and slimy slides over Koji's toes. Instinct overrides his will, forcing him to turn on his light and shine it at his feet. The white beam reveals everything, the merciless truth that finally shatters Koji's sanity. This fucking song, dude. Hair wipes his mind of all but two words, gun and trigger. His fingers respond with instant obedience. There's an explosion of light and sound, both more intense than he anticipated, and then the destructive forces are swallowed up by the darkness. His ears are still ringing from the bang, but he hears a weak voice coming from the shadows. It hurts. Koji screams and pulls the trigger again and again, certain that salvation can come only from the barrel of his gun. Light and darkness, explosion and silence, they dance before him 3 more times. Koji doesn't even need to aim. The horrible creature is right at his feet, far too close to miss. Ryoko warned him how many bullets were left in the gun, but that information has already been driven from his mind. Even after the cold, heavy gloom wraps itself around him once more, Koji keeps pulling the trigger like a man possessed, paying no heed to the clicking of the empty weapon. Well, anyway, I started blasting. Yup. What else would you do when you see a Lovecraftian horror and you have a gun? His panic-stricken legs suddenly give out, sending him down hard on his backside. Even then he keeps firing the empty gun. He knows no other way to erase the memory of the thing that he glimpsed in the beam of the flashlight. The light which fell from his hand during the attack is now pointing in a different direction. And though all 4 bullets must have hit their target, they were Koji's last card to play, which leaves him alone in the darkness with no way to defend himself. And just as he realizes this, a mass of rotting flesh rolls over him like a tidal wave. He can no longer even scream as the thing pushes him onto his back. With fear seizing his throat in an iron grip, Koji struggles desperately against the monster as it crawls up his body toward his face. Covering his face with his left hand, he scrabbles wildly along the floor with his right, searching for a way out that doesn't exist. His mind is that of a feral animal, empty of everything but primal terror. And that is why, when his right hand closes around something hard, at the last moment he recognizes it instinctively as a weapon. Putting every ounce of strength into his arm, Koji swings the heavy object at the creature on top of him. He hears the thud of a blunt object striking something soft and wet, and then Koji's attacker rolls off him. As soon as he's able to move again, Koji leaps to his feet and grabs his new weapon with both hands, brandishing it like a charm to ward off evil. Only now does he realize that he's holding a rusty steel pipe. The monster is still sobbing. With a cry that is part scream, part roar, Koji raises the steel pipe and brings it crashing down on the cowering creature. He hears a wet sound and feels the blood-chilling sensation of its thick, soft flesh absorbing the blow. These combine to evoke an instinctive loathing that wipes his mind of all but the urge to destroy. Consumed by the same desperation with which he kept firing the empty gun, Koji rains blow after blow down on his enemy. After the 10th blow, it stops sobbing. After the 20th blow, it stops moving. And after the 30th blow, it begins to feel and sound more and more like he's beating a puddle of viscous liquid. Koji doesn't stop thrashing the creature until he recovers enough of his senses to realize that whatever it might have been before, it is now nothing but a corpse. The pipe in his hand is covered with unidentifiable fluids and filth, suddenly feels unbearably heavy. 20 years of memories in the light of the sun, if they were indeed precious to him, then he should have never come to this place. The black flames of despair rise within him, consuming fear and revulsion and pity. Only rage and hate remain. Every cell in his body cries out for vengeance, for the blood of the man who poisoned him with the truth and tore him from the womb of innocence. And then Koji, slave to hate, hears the sound of someone sneaking up behind him. Koji whirls, swinging his pipe with all the force he can muster. His enemy hastily leaps back to avoid the strike, surprised by his failure to catch Koji off guard. Twisted shadows dance in the beam of light on the floor. Readying his pipe for the next blow, Koji faces off against his second attacker. Before this moment, Koji could never have imagined that he would ever speak his friend's name with such hatred. Hey, that was a pretty heavy swing just now. You trying to kill me or something? He says with axe at the ready. He's so fucking good. His fucking face, dude. Oh my god. Even now, Fuminori is smiling as though the huge axe in his hands is just a sick joke. Damn, Koji, I thought you'd hesitate. Thought I'd hesitate against you? Koji sneers, too, unable to contain his contempt for the notion. How did you kill Omi, you piece of shit? What did you do to Tsukuba? After all this, you expect me to think twice about killing you? It's my line, Koji. Fuminori growls, looking sadly at the pile of dead flesh at Koji's feet. How can you do such a horrible thing to Yo? I'll make sure you suffer before I kill you. The blade of Fuminori's axe carves murderous a murderous arc through the darkness, glittering menacingly in the faint light coming through the floor. Also a banger after banger on the soundtrack, I'm telling you. Koji raises his pipe to block the ferocious swing. The heavy impact numbs his arms, but his large frame takes the blow without giving any ground. Fuminori presses the attack, delivering a second blow and a third. His axe, designed for chopping down trees, is deadlier and more durable than the piece of pipe Koji found discarded on the floor. Each strike Koji blocks sends chunks of rust flying through his makeshift weapon. He can't win as long as he's on the defensive. He needs to create an opportunity to attack. Koji blocks a crushing downward swing, then pushes back hard before Fuminori can pull away, throwing him off balance. Fuminori stumbles backwards and plants his feet to steady himself. Taking advantage of his opponent's temporary immobility, Koji delivers a punishing low kick to Fuminori's outer thigh. Use your Bankai. Yeah. Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly to prevent Koji from following up with another attack. Koji, however, does not press his advantage. He just stands where he is, calmly spearing Fuminori with his stare.
お前、喧嘩に慣れてねえな。
You've never been in a fight, have you? Fuminori roars and comes in for another attack, but the damage to his right leg seems to be slowing his swing. Easily blocking the axe with a steel pipe, Koji waits for Fuminori to exhaust himself. Fuminori delivers blow after heavy blow, howling savagely all the while. What he does not realize, however, is that this situation now favors composure, not brute force. When Fuminori raises his axe high for yet another attack, Koji sees his moment to have... His movements have grown dull enough. Seizing the opportunity, Koji charges into Fuminori's range and grabs the haft of the axe with his left hand. As Fuminori recoils in fear, Koji swings his pipe hard at his enemy's unprotected side. He feels the crunch of ribs breaking. The pain drives Fuminori to his knees, staring down at Fuminori's defenseless head. Koji, surprised by his own lack of emotion, raises his pipe high to deliver the finishing blow, which is when something wraps itself around his left ankle. The instant Koji panics at the unexpected sensation, something soft yet strong winds itself around his right leg and drags him to the floor before he can resist. He twists his body and tries to swing the pipe at the unseen enemy behind him, but his right hand, too, is seized by the same flexible force. He wasn't able to feel it through his pants, but now his blood turns to ice at the cold, slimy sensation. The thing wrapped around his uncovered wrist. That monster's still alive? That's it, Saya. Fuminori says encouragingly, even while kneeling on the floor. His face twisted in pain, he manages a terrible, victorious grin. Saya. This monster is Saya? Koji struggles desperately to free his limbs from the creature's slimy grip, but more tentacles swarm over his body, stealing his freedom of movement. The horror has already driven Koji half mad. Just imagining the creature's appearance is enough to send him into a mindless panic. His scream is suddenly cut off as a slimy appendage seizes his throat. This most deadly tentacle isn't just cutting off his windpipe, it's trying to snap his neck, and it's getting tighter. My mind hazy from the pain, I watch as Saya feasts upon her slain prey. We've won. It was hard and I wasn't able to do it alone, but together we have defeated our enemy. Tentacles. The price was steep. At least 2 of my ribs are broken, sending a sharp pain through my chest every time I breathe. And then there's Yo. I didn't expect her to fall to Koji so easily. I suppose that unlike Saya, she might have been unfamiliar with how to use her new body in combat. I don't think she wanted to fight at all. I think she wanted to die. My injury must have fueled Saya's anger. Her slaughter of Koji was merciless and complete. As soon as her prey stopped moving, she sank her teeth into his vital organs and ruthlessly extinguished the last embers of life. Though her brutal, grisly actions were unbecoming of her girlish appearance, Saya's face, covered in blood and gore, was that of a victorious queen of beasts, lording over her defeated foe. There was something noble and sacred about her primal ferocity that made me reluctant to disturb her. I don't know how long I've been sitting here watching Saya feast. I've nearly fainted from the pain several times, to be honest. I'm not used to violence. The wounds I suffered in the car accident were worse, of course, but these broken ribs are the most severe injury that's ever been deliberately inflicted upon me. My queen! You'd think that Saya could show a little more concern for my condition. Koji's already dead as can be, so there's no reason for her to be so greedy. I suddenly realized that Saya has stopped eating. Now she's lying on her back, rolling from side to side. Has she eaten too much? It's been several days since we had fresh, unfrozen meat, so I understand where her enthusiasm is coming from, but still I'm wounded here. She could give me a hand. Because I'm preoccupied with my own selfish wants, I'm slow to realize that something is wrong. Should I snooze ads, or is it too late? I think it's too late. Saya isn't resting, she's trembling, in agony. My blood goes cold, and the pain from my broken ribs is suddenly forgotten.
Saya!
Saya! I jump up, run to her side, and cradle her fallen body in my arms. Her face is pale and drenched in sweat, and her half-closed eyelids and lips are shivering like she has a fever. What's going on? Was she wounded in the fight? Could the meat she just ate have been poisoned somehow? I don't understand. All I know is that something terrible is happening.
Saya! Saya!
The only thing I can do is call her name with all of my strength. Saya slowly opens her eyes and gazes vacantly into my face.
ふみのり、ごめん。大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。ただ
Fine,
ちょっ
really.
と痛いだけ。
It just hurts a little.
何なんだどうしたんだサヤしっかりしろ
Fucking banger after banger. What's wrong? What is it? Come on, Saya. There's no way she's fine. It's glaringly obvious that her condition is dire. Even so, I'm the only one who's panicking. Saya's expression is serene, as though she understands everything that is happening to her. She even smiles softly up at me.
びっくりしちゃった。まさか本当にこんなに早く時が来るなんて。
I can't believe it. I never thought it would come so soon. I might lose Saya. The thought is unbearable. Terror and despair are quickly overwhelming me. A feeling of utter helplessness that I cannot resist. Yeah, she's getting her first period or something.
言ったよね。
Don't be afraid. Remember what I said? This is the sign.
みのりと私のたった一つの希望。
This is our only hope.
どういうことだよわけわかんないよサヤしっかりしてくれよ
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Stay with me, Saya. Answers my tearful entreaty with a smile like that of a mother comforting her child.
さやはね、頑張るって決めたの。
I did it. I decided to do my
だっ
best.
てみのりはさやのこと可愛いって。
After all, you said you loved me.
そう
Said
言
that I
っ
was pretty.
やめようよサヤ
Whatever is happening, I can't just sit by and watch as it causes Saya such
もう
agony.
いい無茶しないでくれ何をするつもりか知らないがサヤが苦しむ姿なんて見たくない
Whatever you're trying to do, I don't want to see
て
you
ひどい
suffer.
な。みのり、分かってよ。
Don't be like that, Saya chides me. Please understand. In a soft voice, she reveals her
生
secret.
まれるんだよ。さやとみのりの子供たちが。
You're going to be born, our children. For a moment, my mind goes completely blank.
いつの間に
What? But when did you...
私もね、びっくり。
Please
ふ
understand.
みのり、
I'm surprised too, Fuminori. Saya's labored breathing speaks to the terrible pain her tiny body is suffering. Even so, she wraps her arms tightly around my neck.
外に連れてって。広いところ、空の下に。
Take me outside to an open place under the sky. I nod. What else can I do? If I speak, I'm afraid I'll be unable to hold back my tears. I mustn't cry, not when Saya is facing her torment so bravely. Feels like Saya is burning up in my arms, and I feel that the terrible convulsions that shoot through her at intervals will tear her frail body to pieces. Praying for her safety, I scoop Saya up and carry her swiftly out of the ruined building. Maybe the cold night air will soothe her fever, but that hope is futile, cruelly dashed as her breathing grows shallow and she moans through bluish lips.
外だよ。
Saya, we're outside. In response to my call, she opens her eyes once more. He does have broken ribs, and he is just tanking it like a champ. Her gaze is cloudy and unfocused. She can no longer see. Nevertheless, Saya looks at me. I can tell that she is imagining my expression where my face should be.
約束した。これが最後のプレゼント。
Just as I promised, this is my final present. I know.
喜んでくれるといいな。
I hope you'll like it.
嬉しいよ。もちろん。
Of course I will. It takes every ounce of my willpower, but I manage to make my voice light and cheerful. In Saya's mind's eye, I know that I am smiling. She won't have to see my face streaked with tears.
のり、私を愛してくれた。
Better love story than Twilight? That's fucking obvious. It's a good love story, even if it is, you know, about, you know, deeply flawed characters. It's a very good love story. You who love
こ
me,
の星をあげます。
I give this planet. Saya's whisper is weak in pain, but there is ecstasy in her voice, ecstasy and joy. Her back suddenly shifts, then bulges
この
outward.
世界はきっと綺麗な場所になるから。
This world will be beautiful, she whispers in
さや
exultation.
と海のりのためだけの
A
世界
world
に。
just for us. And this is why I called it Saya's Bloom. And then Saya blooms. It calls it that too. But this is also why a bunch of, like, the fighting game, for instance, depicts her as having wings, even though she doesn't, and they aren't wings. Some figures also depict her with wings, but those are not wings, bro. Those are not wings. And just depicting them as, like, green wings is so much, less visually interesting. But whatever. She is an angel, so you can give her wings, I guess. How else can I describe it? Flower petals, long and wide, spread from her back like the wings of a newly formed butterfly. Also, you know, this is only in Kuminori's vision of her, right? What are they actually? Probably just more flesh and meat, right? Their brilliant glow comes from the countless tiny scales that cover each petal like particles of light.
さよならなのか。
This goodbye? I ask her, careful to keep the sorrow out of my
う
voice.
ん、違う。これは始まり。
Not goodbye, this is the beginning. Saya's pain must already have left her, for her expression is infinitely peaceful and content.
私と海のりの
The
世界
beginning of
の
our world.
始まり。
The radiant motes rise on the wind, painting rivers of light in the frozen winter sky. It's beautiful, overwhelmingly, painfully beautiful. Singing victoriously of their freedom, the shining seeds of life are released into this vast and fertile land. Kuminori laced spores. mean, it was his seed, apparently, right? Watering her. Her song heralds the coming of the new world and the destruction of the old. It is a boundless healing. It is an eternal blessing. We shall fill the world with our joy.
ずっと一緒だね。
Watering her with coom, yes. Like that meme of the, I'm just a thirsty little sunflower, you have to, I'm so thirsty. You have to pee on me or I'll die of thirst. The fucking, the thirsty little sunflower is fucking gold. I'll be together forever, won't we? Embracing Saya's pitifully shrunken body, I gaze into the shining sky and let my tears flow freely. Thank you. Thank you for this final gift, Saya. She was worried at first how long the preserved food in the underground storeroom would last her, but now it seems that her fears were unfounded. Who? Who's still around? The person who made the I'm just a thirsty little sunflower guy? Is that who you're talking about? I never really thought to look into that. It's the liquor she should have worried about. By savoring each drop of spiritus as though it were her last, she thought she could make her flask hold out a little longer, but she must have been consuming more each day than she realized. Who can blame her? There is no way that she could have given thought or could have gotten through this without the intoxicating effects of distilled alcohol. Oh, it was that guy? I think we might be thinking of different sunflowers though. I definitely do remember a a sunflower animation from that guy where Llamas with Hats and Charlie the Unicorn were both the same guy, right? And there was a sunflower animation where it said, like, asks him to pee on it, but it then like crawls up his urethra or something. Yeah. Elephant in Hell. After Ryoko chased useless emotions like hope and despair from her mind, she found herself spending the most peaceful days of her life. As resignation set in, even hate and fear left her. Now she feels only awe for what Ogai Masahiko did and respect for the depths of his intellectual curiosity. After all, neither she nor this world has any reason left to deny his research. Alone in the mountain cabin, Ryoko killed time by bringing order to the documents that Ogai had left behind. She took the scattered and enciphered papers and rewrote them in a more readable fashion, eliminating redundancies and adding indexes and tables of contents. Ryoko did not intend for anyone to read them, of course. She knew full well how meaningless her actions were. With her reason to live gone, however, having something to devote her mind to was at least some relief. And now, as the last congratulatory drops of spiritus vodka burn their way down Ryoko's throat, all of Ogai's research lies before her in a single volume. She has finally finished transcribing and annotating the last of his writings. Enjoying the satisfaction of a pointless job well done, she idly pages through the manuscript that she just completed. I shall conclude by summarizing my theory as it currently stands. I guess I'm once again going to not do a second segment tonight because this took way longer than I thought it would, and we spent like 6 hours doing fucking No I'm Not a Human yesterday as well, so thus but yeah, I thought it would only take like 3 to 4 hours, and we're about at 6 hours now, so I shall conclude by summarizing my theory as it currently stands. The life form that I named Saya did not appear in our universe by chance, nor even as a result of my summoning, but because of the instincts that were programmed directly into her biology. She was created to fulfill the same ultimate purpose that all life shares, reproduction. Saya and her kind procreate by spreading their seeds to other dimensions. What is the probability that they will discover a doorway to another world? Even if they succeed in doing so, the chance of that world being suitable for reproduction must be even more minute. In order to make the most of that scant probability, evolution has granted them a certain advantage, none other than the astonishing ability that I have witnessed in Saya. To wit, they select the most prosperous life form that they encounter, take control of it, and in doing so gain dominance over that planet's biosphere. In other words, they hijack the entire species. They do this by analyzing their target's genome, then overwriting this genetic code to remake it in their own image. Saya's biology is more than capable of inducing such dramatic and widespread mutations. There is a significant probability that the target species will have evolved into intelligent life. This element may be necessary to gaining control of a planet's environment. Therefore, Saya and her sisters also plunder their target's culture and psychology. Her extraordinary learning ability and intellectual curiosity are likely instinctive tools that enable her to inherit the target species' entire wealth of knowledge. In fact, it may be that Saya's kind has always had its sights set on intelligent life. Perhaps they wait patiently for some foolish extra-dimensional species to gain knowledge of other worlds, and in attempting to satisfy its curiosity, make contact with the outer universe in which they dwell. Rather than send Saya and her kin on their dimensional journeys with only luck and their own strength to depend on, would not waiting for such contact greatly increase the chance of finding a world worthy of their conquest? Just as I, having acquired the Silver Key, fancied myself an explorer of the unknown, how many intelligent life forms on other worlds have thoughtlessly congratulated themselves for discovering his sister. Taken by the sudden urge to go outside for a change, Ryoko gathers up the manuscript and heads to her car, which is parked in the front yard. She has completed her self-imposed final duty. There is no longer any reason for her to remain holed up in the mountain cabin. She drives a little farther up the mountain to an open place that offers a scenic view of the land below. In the early days of the change, Ryoko often came to this spot to watch helplessly over the mutating city. The one flaw in my theory comes from none other than Saya herself. After using me to learn everything she could about humanity, Saya should finally have been prepared to begin the last stage of her invasion. However, she never carried out her mission. Why? I hypothesized that Saya wasn't a regular among her kind. She was autistic. It is said that the human race's intelligence has allowed us to conquer our natural instincts. Perhaps in absorbing the human psyche, Saya accidentally inherited the disease that infects our entire species. What is human love, really? What behavior could be more of a hindrance to the efficient propagation of a species? I am reminded of how at the end of her studies, Saya consumed vast quantities of romantic literature from all over the world. She tried to understand romance as an integral part of the human reproductive process. As a result, she might have unwittingly neutered her own unparalleled reproductive abilities. After all, she had not known love. She had come to this world to rule in our place, and had studied humanity to fill that purpose, but ultimately she could not share love with a human. Without love's blessing, Saya was unable to find the passion to fill this world with her kind. In learning all that there was to know about humanity, she herself had become hopelessly human. Weary of loneliness, she despaired of the world. How pure her maiden soul must have been. Oh, by the way. If this hypothesis is correct, then it means that I have failed as her teacher. I cannot help but feel ashamed for having spoiled such an extraordinary organism. Saya. Next to Ogai Masahiko, Ryoko now knows more about that entity than anyone else. No, when the young man named Sakisaka Fuminori is added to the running, perhaps she only comes in third. In the end, she never encountered the creature face to face. She would like to have met it once, though. If Ogai's analysis of Saya's psychology is correct, then it must have been Sakisaka who restored her desire to conquer the world. Perhaps as Sakisaka's chief physician, Ryoko played some role in bringing that lonely young man and Saya together, in which case she should at least have had the right to attend their wedding to end all weddings. She might even have charged them a matchmaker's fee. I have a dream that one day my daughter will know the blessings of love. I pray that there will come a day when her heart burns with the flames of passion, and her world becomes bright and joyous once more. When that day comes, Saya, your terrible, irresistible purpose will surely consume us, that your progeny may flourish. The whole world will know your love and be reborn. Ah, what wonders the future holds. I deeply regret that I must end my life before I can see that day come, but the footsteps of those who would destroy my dream grow closer by the hour. If I seal my lips in death, then their grasping hands will not reach you. Please forgive me, my daughter, for leaving you alone in this barren world. With the knowledge that you now possess, I know that you will find your own path. The radiance of your hard-won soul shall light the road ahead. Have no fear, have no doubt. March onwards until you reach your answer at last. And I, Saya, will dream forever of the world that you will create. Perhaps it is the isolated environment or the mountain air. Maybe she's just more resistant to the change. Whatever the case, Ryoko has not yet become as inhuman as the creatures wriggling through the city below. She does not know exactly how many people on this planet could still be called human, but she's one of what must be only a handful of survivors who are left to watch over the end of mankind. Of course, it's only a matter of time before she changes too. It's been 3 days since she chopped off her right hand, which has ceased to function as anything resembling a human hand. But the itching that has spread across her entire back is growing more intolerable by the hour. She could look in the mirror to see what she is becoming, but she doubts that it would make her happy. She isn't waifu looking anymore. I mean, you know, if you have meat vision, then I bet she'd still look waifu afterwards. But I made it sound like, you know, everyone was gonna get meat vision, maybe. I'm not sure about that, though. Ryoko thinks that maybe it would be best to go to sleep here, with the world spread out before her. When she awakens, perhaps she will be ready to ascend the mountain and join in the city's revelries. Or maybe she won't even need such resolve anymore. Whatever the case, Ryoko thinks dreamily as she licks the very last drop from her flask. Even after I stop being human, I hope I'll still enjoy the taste of booze. Credits! Well, it was a great game. It was a great story. Big fan. Urabuchi Gen. I do like that they call the script like the scenario. It's very grand, isn't it? I think they do that for some anime as well, right? I think. Kawamura Midori. Look her. I believe this credit song is called Shoes of Glass. And then a nuke goes off and you hear oh, is that what you're thinking of? Is that the one? Yeah, I'm surprised I got that. This voice actress has voiced a ton of Pokemon characters, apparently, and a ton of people in Super Robot Wars. and Saint Seiya. There's a character named Jung Freud that she plays in Super Robot Wars Alpha 3 from 2005. Excuse me? They named the character after two separate psychologists? Freud and Jung? Or should I say Jung? I think it's like Jungian psychology. I think it's Jung. Who could have seen this coming? Oh man. With the Ura Butcher, yeah. I'm always surprised with how known Demo is. He does still stream, and I was recently watching a VTuber that made an offhand reference to I think it was Pumpkin Synth made an offhand reference to what Demo said about Silent Hill. But yeah, I mean, he does still stream, he doesn't, but it is good, always good to see that there are others just like me that still reference old Demolition D videos. Omura, right? For Saya, I think. Maybe she remarried or something and has just married at all and has a different name. I'm trying to see if she has an entry on Mal and it's not coming up. Ura Midori. Yeah, I don't know what the initial reason for Demo. I think he got super burned out on seasonal anime, which makes sense because a lot of it is really bad, right? So like that makes sense, but then he didn't like ever really he made like 2 longer form videos after that, one for Berserk and one for Halloween like 3 years ago or something. Anyway, I gotta fucking edit out the one little scene of Booba that slipped through that I wasn't prepared for. There was only 2 instances of Booba in the Steam release, and I think Twitch is fine with that. You know, they let you go to strip clubs in Cyberpunk or in GTA, and they're fine with Booba being shown in those instances because it's in the game and it's an allowed game. I think the same applies. I mean, the game is allowed on Twitch, so surely the same applies. But on YouTube, I gotta edit that out of the VOD. Anyway, yeah. As long as it's not reported. Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna report me, but even if it was reported, I'm pretty sure Twitch would be fine with it, right? Because like it'd be hypocritical for them not to be fine with it. How is there nipple detection AI? No, they definitely don't have that. Maybe porn detection, but not nipple detection. Anyway, it'd be hypocritical for them to have a problem with that on Twitch's end, because they let you go into bars, the strip clubs in Cyberpunk 2077, among other things. So, like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And they let you watch the sex scenes in The Witcher as well. But yeah. Do I have any closing thoughts? I mean, the game's beautiful, and it's got incredible... YouTube being hypocrites? Never. It's got incredible themes. It's written great. It tells a compelling story. It tells a very interesting story. Yeah? Yeah? I'm trying to think, like, the relationship is clearly deeply toxic, and codependent, which is not something that you want. I say as someone that was probably in a codependent relationship for quite a bit. There's a staff comment button, and I click it, and it says, "Thank you very much for purchasing Sayano Uta." That's it. Oh, it links to a, revisit this page after you get the ending. And then it... What the... Okay, I can't... It links to, like, a like, Flash-esque website that, I can't read, and I can't translate on the whole. What the hell? There's a picture of magical girl Saya on that website. That's pretty cool. When I clicked the button, it fucking eviscerated the aspect ratio. Great. Anyway. Sniper Wolf face no long... Huh? I can't read that, bro. Anyway. Goodbye, YouTube. I think... I don't know if I have anything specific to say other than it's really beautifully written, and it's a great story, and it's a good work of horror, and, you know, it has bad stuff that happens in it, obviously, but I'm not in the... I feel no need to morally grandize over fiction. So that doesn't bother me. And I can see a lot of the, like, positives in it. No longer infects YouTube. They dethroned her. I know she was in hot water a lot, and YouTube kind of defended her, but that's about it. Boing, 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 boing. The silence.